Yo, what's up, guys? Hello, happy Sunday. How are you all doing? Catman, Spectrus, Osu, Zippo, Rain, Giggles, Owls, Fubar, Clemmy, Brando. Hello, what's up, guys? Hello. Happy Sunday. Today it's Summoner. Yes, one means the floor, so we're starting at floor 1 today. I'm a little bit happier with this job, so I have no problem starting at 1. Monk, I'm not gonna lie, I wanted to get it over and done with, so I started at 21 on Friday. But that's why it's here. Yo, what's up, Wrath? Alright, let's go, Summoner. Alrighty, it's time for the Summoner run. I've been looking forward to getting back into this job. So yeah, that's one of the reasons why I'm looking forward to getting back in the shop. Impy, hello. Oki, hello. Ada, hello. Good, happy Sunday, guys. Hope you're having a good Sunday today. Hopefully the weekend's good. I've been pretty busy on my end, so it's been good, I would say. Busy good. Summoner is really fun. Summoner was really fun in Palace. And yeah, I had a lot of fun in Heaven on High. Actually, we did do Summoner first in Heaven on High, and then we did Palace after, and then I didn't clear the first time on Summoner, so that's why I'm back. I had a lot of fun on this job. And this was actually a job I did not enjoy as much in Shadowbringers. Not really. Like, it was okay, but it was just not really, you know, it's alright. Certainly it's changed big time. Like, it's pretty much, I would say, similar how my feeling on Monk has shifted so in the opposite direction. I feel like my feeling of Summoner has shifted in the opposite direction, at least for in here, in Deep Dungeon specifically. Ran into another solo enthusiast last night, leveling your Astro in Heaven on High? Yo, did you have some good conversations? Because my glam is blue, color blue. I changed it around. I actually changed the blue this time. I changed the blue and I did change the hat, although it's a smaller hat, but it got me with like the twirly thing. It's like it had a twirly thing to it, so I'm like, yeah, let's just go for this one. So I went with it. So Jason. Monk Salt still. Look, I mean, I really liked Monk. I mean, this is exactly like if you had talked to me back in the transition from Heavensward to Stormblood, this was exactly how I felt with Summoner. I was just so salty, you know? Like, I loved the job and they changed it, and I really did like Monk in Shadowbringers, in here specifically. It was great. But, like, not anymore. Not anymore. What can I say? Not anymore. How was your day, Jason? How was Mr. Vol doing? Oh, you're not dead. That's awkward. Sorry, Garuda's gonna blow you up. Hell yeah. He hugged you? Is that it? Is that all that happened? Is that all that was accomplished? I mean, that's a big accomplishment. Help him start the relic. Ooh, which one? The Shadowbringers? Did you tell him the best place to do it is the Palace of Death? Obviously, the best place to do it is the Palace of Death. Oh, the Heavensward one. I think those do look pretty nice. Thanks, Owls. I appreciate that. Hopefully, we won't get one shot by Mimic. You know. Hopefully that situation won't present itself again, and then hopefully we don't get sniped by Manticore either, and everything will be fine as long as none of that happens. Oh, one thing that could happen, and I'm gonna give you guys a bit of a warning, is I am supposed to have bad weather coming in like now, so you know, the stream dies because of that. I'm supposed to get winds, I think. Like, my area is not getting snow, but we're getting rain and wind, so I might have a bit of a problem. We shall see. Oh. Wait. This is without strength, I love it. No strength, no problem. Okay. Only 14 fates to get the crystal for the first step of the relic, so much faster than before. I'm sure it's faster. Kasha needs to remove needs removing as a requirement for the relic weapon for Boja. Fates. Or the Boja Fates needs nerfing. Oh, no one's doing Kasha and Boja? Yeah, because they're all doing leveling. And whatever level is giving them the highest. Yeah, that's true. But can't you do it low, man? I mean, you have to try really hard, though. But that's true. You have to go through that step. Unfortunate. I will have Bahamut soon, and we'll blow everything up. It'll be great. Okay. That's a big room. This is a floor 3? 5 rooms. You love how mobile summoner is? Hey, what's up, Andre? I do like how mobile summoner is. It's one of the reasons I'm actually really a fan of it right now. Big fan of it right now. Steel. Was it a mimic? It just doesn't do anything for me. It does absolutely nothing for me right now. Oh. Buttons are hard. Oh my god, it died before I can get stance off. We got in as 14, but top didn't do damage fast enough apparently. I have no idea what's going on, but literally walled by Cashum. In an MMO, the worst thing you can do is wall someone. I mean, true. Nope, floor 7 is when Magicites show up. So not before 7. So they're just either gonna give me arm and armor, score, or explode. Yo, you see that music drop on the horde? That was great. Crazy how much easier Warrior got in Heaven on High. Isn't it great? I mean, considering I cleared it without, considering you can clear it without using any MP potions, that's a huge, that's a huge upgrade, right? Because there really wasn't a job that I think could pull that off. I mean, not even red, maybe you could probably do it on red mage, but I was just not confident on trying doing it on red mage at all. But there was good reasons why I never even thought of that, because it was already tough enough handling mimics with potions on, let alone trying to do it without potions, you know? But Warrior's just in a good spot. I mean, I wouldn't say it was easy, but it was remarkably comfy without potions. Is that for all sets, just for a set? Yes. So, floor 1, there is kind of this tier. Well, it's actually a lot simpler than it is in Palace. Palace gets really, really more complicated. But basically, when it comes to Heaven on High, 1 to 6, you only see golds and silver chests, and Magicites don't come in. Once 4-7 comes into play, it basically the run, everything gets in. So you don't see Petrifies before 7, you don't see Magicites before 7, you don't see even bronze chests before 7. Therefore, you can't actually spawn a mimic, period, until you're at floor 7. And then once you get to 4-7, everything is there. So that means Raisings will be a thing, Magicites, Petrifies, not sure what else, but mostly those are the ones that don't show up before 7. After that, it's pretty much business as usual, except for the Raising, which stops at 80, or technically 79. You don't see Raising past 79, so that's really the only adjustments there. Palace gets weird because Palace, there's tiers as well in Palace. I think 7 is also where bronze chests show up, but you still don't get a majority of the palms until I think you don't get alterations until 11, No, you get alterations 11. You don't get rages until 21. You don't get raising until 51. You don't get resolution until 61. And then there is this one thing that JP found where alterations weren't showing up, I think either at the 31 set or the 41 set, like there's just 0 alterations. Which is so odd, but that just is a thing. That makes my farms in lower sets a lot quicker, yeah. I mean, if you're going for a score, it matters, but I don't care, so that's why you're seeing me skipping them right now. It's not really important to me. Got to 71, my first try for Lone Hero, that's pretty good. Oh, did you die in 71? That's still really good, you got through the Onryu set. By any chance, you plan on bringing back time management streams? Super helpful and entertaining. I was thinking about that actually, Oki. I was reviewing some of my old videos because I was trying to update some of the descriptions. So for instance, I went into my Warrior time management video and I added in the link to the current Warrior attempt that I just did. So absolutely, eventually, over time. Like, I think the first live tutorial for Heaven on High that I want to do is Warrior, since we're just crushing it in Warrior. And I would try to make it into 2 videos, kind of. I think I would just make the tutorial in itself, and then we would do a time management later on. And I know those time managements were pretty useful to people, so I would love to do them. But it would require me to do it twice, which, I mean, maybe it requires me to do it twice, I don't know. Maybe I'll just do it all in one go, I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, absolutely. Because we have a pretty... I mean, one thing that I have been essentially partially researching now is my consistency through the climb. Like, I've essentially gotten to 91 plus with no less than 4 floor wipes for like literally the past 5 or 6 jobs that we took up. And that consistency is helping me really like kind of develop this game plan that we can utilize for people to try. Like, it would be different if it's a random thing. Like, okay, we got there like 1 out of 10 times, right? We walk up with like 5 floor wipes. Okay, I just got lucky. But like literally the past 5 or 6 runs, I've been walking in with like 4 floor wipes every single time on a multitude of different jobs. And that started with Reaper. Reaper had that, I think. I think I had 4. And then Sage had 5, but then Sage was just like obliterated Sage. And then Red Mage, and then Warrior, and then Gunbreaker, and then Bard, and then Monk. I think Summoner I was set to go, but then I died early. So it was just back to back to back to back to back. We were just making it happen. So there's clearly some type of consistency we can have, especially with different jobs. Hey, Midnight Rose, how are you doing? Yeah, I mean, if anything, the no potion run is there, and that was just a very nice run, right? Because we were giving it a challenge on its own. So, like, just add in potions, and you're like, okay, well, you know, I've already made the challenge harder.
12 months.
Several
How's the runs today?
Well, we just started. This is a job that I do enjoy, so I'm excited to be here. But hey, man, thanks for the 1-year support. Holy crap, I really appreciate that. What's up, Several Turtles? Quick question asks, Ella. What's the fastest way to get armor in 99? I do recommend just a quick one is just to do 21 to 30. You get the match parties really fast. Unless you have a party that you can run up, like a bunch of friends that can do a climb. Like climbing above 30 would be not bad in a party. But 21 to 30 is probably your most ideal way because there's 2 things happening. One, you're probably not skipping silver chest like you are in Palace. Like, people get angry about getting to silver chest if you're slowing down the party kind of thing. But that doesn't happen in Heaven on High because you get the Magicites. And then 2, once you beat the 30 boss, you get a potsherd and you get the guaranteed, +1/+1 on your arm and armor. So that's a nice way to go as well. 2130 is like just the nice and simple way of doing it. Good old days. So I'm thinking, by the way, of making a master playlist in the future, like as of Thursday in the future, like really soon. So what I'm thinking of doing is I want to combine the 2 playlists that I've been floating around with. Just so there's a much bigger variety of music. However, I had actually gone through all of my videos, or a good majority of my videos from the past, and I tried to see which ones were causing problems with copyright. And so I've made a list of videos that had triggered it. So I'm gonna do a test, I think, if I can get it together. I'm gonna do a test on Tuesday with a modified playlist to see if anything gets triggered on YouTube. And then I will then compile that and throw that into this one that I'm using right now. So we get a little bit more variety in the music if I'm feeling for it. But also it would keep me out of trouble from YouTube. Because, you know, I don't want to get in trouble with YouTube. Well, we're not talking like major trouble. It's like the baby copyright. So what happens like with certain videos is if you play a song that does trigger copyright, they're just like, oh, you know, this company claims this song, but it's okay. You can share your ad revenue. But it's like, it doesn't hurt your account. You just share the ad revenue. It's like, oh, well, whatever. It's better not to have it, period. But there are a number of songs that I've already highlighted, like all of like Final Fantasy VII is like kicked out, although not remake for some reason. Although I want to test that out. Like the old Final Fantasy, the old 8, the battle theme for 8 is triggering it. Man with the Machine Gun triggers it, which kind of sucks. Actually, all the battle themes have been triggering it. Come to think of it, from 7 up. Even like 4, well, the boss theme from 4 triggers it. I think 3 triggers it. But 7, 8, 9, 10 all trigger the copyright, which sucks. But like 11s are fine, and then 12 is fine. Well, 12 doesn't really have a battle theme. 13's fine, 15's fine, 14 obviously is fine. So might see that. I'm gonna probably test it out Tuesday, and then we'll probably put it to play on Thursday and see if I get any issues on Thursday. We'll do match spam plus second level. Yeah, that's the best way of doing it. And because there's like less floors, Ella, like Palace of the Dead, I would make the suggestion where you could even start at like 60, and then solo your way up, and then by the time it gets hard, you know, you're like pretty high. But Heaven on High kind of creeps up really fast, so even if you start at like 60, 70, you may not actually hit a 99 by the time you get up to the higher floors. But it's still not a bad idea if you're progging. Like if you're progging, then you don't necessarily have to be 99 all the way through. You know, you're probably, you know, in the assumption you probably die along the way, at least you're climbing and learning all at the same time. But it makes sense also to just get 99, 99 and then work your way up that way. I'm not gonna hit. Well, I thought I hit, I flighted, I think. I thought I hit like 70 by the time I get to the boss, but I'm only gonna be like, 69 maybe. Okay, catchy. Where's the silver? Ah yes, my favorite spot. Hold? I need to hold there just in case a landmine triggers, because if I go right to that silver, I could do a wombo combo and kill myself. So I have to just hold, they give it a chance for the trap to trigger if there is one, and then we step on the, hit them. Silver. I think when I went for my first real attempt Palace of the Dead, I started up low 80. Yeah. I started like, I had like, I think I was like 79, 60 when I started a run on Machinist. And then I ended up at like 99, 99 by the time I hit like 170 or something like that. Safety. Ember 2, hello, I see you. Give me one moment. Yeah. Since I've done a lot of runs, I have an Endwalker. I have. That is a fact. What jobs do you think are the strongest to have on high now? Jobs I think are the strongest. Reaper is strong. Reaper is extremely strong. Well, I guess you want to separate though, right? Let's separate something for a second. By me indicating that it's strong doesn't necessarily indicate that it's easy, right? Because sometimes that's kind of where you're kind of pulling the answer out of, right? What's strong, therefore it means that it's successful. Not necessarily true. Like, I think I talked about this earlier in Discord, how as strong as Reaper is, especially in Palace, like Reaper in Palace seems like it's just broken. Like it seems unfair in Palace of Dead. And I think a couple of the runners will agree with me that like Reaper just seems so damn strong with pallets. But I would still never put it above Machinist. For like a new runner, right? For someone going for the title, I don't think I could ever put it above Machinist for that person. Now, if you're someone who's like a veteran, who's done a number of runs, probably cleared like 1 or 2 times, I can probably put it above for that listing. Because you've been around the block, you have that experience. Reaper might just be a new challenge for you. But Reaper's still a melee, and a melee is a melee, and melee has its own issues, versus, you know, essentially running and gunning and never taking damage. That's kind of a big advantage. But Reaper is very strong, Summoner is proving to be very strong. Monk in itself is a strong job, especially on the bosses. I just don't like the playstyle. Warrior is definitely like, man, definitely in a special place for Heaven on High specifically. It's still kind of tough in it's still gonna be kind of tough in Palace of Dead, but I'm thinking about doing that kind of soon. So, if anything, like there hasn't been a job that has gotten worse, right? So, for instance, you know, Gunbreaker was the favorite in Heaven on High back in Shadowbringers. Nothing has really changed for Gunbreaker, so like there really isn't any reason why you would kind of not go Gunbreaker, if that makes sense. But like Machinist hasn't changed either. It's like the same thing. So there hasn't a job that's gotten worse. There's some have gotten better, stronger, so on and so forth. Hey Hollow. I think I went for a run Palace today, went about 90, seemed good. Yeah. You have so much time to get that stuff back too. I had full 116 Palace and got scared on Machinist. I haven't touched a save in a month. Oh. 160 is scary. Oh yeah, the 160 boss specifically is... That'll spook a lot of people. His damage is just through the roof. I would almost argue that he's harder than, like, you know, the 170 boss to some extent. Yeah, let's continue. You know, I was thinking about doing... I might do that next time. Might do some more stream markers. Yeah, no problem, Ember. Cop. Do you think the class season gonna change with EW? I could see Warrior being better now. So, asking me that question, I never really liked tier lists. No, I know other people do it. I've never been a fan of tier lists, because there is still the subjective, like, playstyle part of it, where, like, you know, I could tell you to do Warrior, but man, if you hate Warrior, then I'm not sending you in the right direction. But based on my own experience, based on how I play the jobs and stuff, in your kind of mention there, like, I do feel like Warrior has certainly propelled itself even better. Like, I already thought Warrior was better than Gunbreaker in Shadowbringers, you know? Like, not just now, but like in Shadowbringers. And now it's just even more reason to kind of be in love with Warrior, if you will. But then I am partially biased because I just find Warrior more entertaining for me than Gunbreaker. Like right now, Gunbreaker, not gonna lie, kind of bores me. I'm kind of bored of Gunbreaker. Maybe because, and you know what, this might be similar to me. This might be similar for me, when we went from Stormblood to Shadowbringers, where like I was in love with Red Mage a lot of it because I did so much deep dungeon, so it's like it was kind of the job I just used so much. And then in Shadowbringers, I was just like meh on Red Mage for PvE specifically, and mainly it's just because nothing really changed with the job. Like it's just the same job. You know, no big changes, nothing fundamentally, it's just the same thing, just with other things. So I think that was maybe part of why I just think Gunbreaker is just boring to me right now, because it's just the same job. It didn't lose anything, it's still capable of... I mean, we just took Gunbreaker in last week and we had a great time. But I just find Warrior just way more entertaining. And it has new toys, and the new toys are a lot of fun. You have 2 at 160. Well, the floors aren't bad, and the 170 boss really won't be as bad as the 160 boss, although it's still a difficult boss, so... That's why I'm going Warrior instead of Gunbreaker, because I don't like... Yeah, Like, what's interesting is, I think the biggest reason COP, I don't know if you've heard me mention this before, but, and this was mentioned by someone in chat like a long time ago, which made so much sense, is like, maybe Warrior is superior to Gunbreaker, period, right? Like, if you were just to take a whole bunch of people to take in Warrior versus a whole bunch of people taking Gunbreaker, I almost would feel like they would come away saying Warrior is better. Back in Shadowbringers. Not even now, right? Now, probably even more. The thing is, like, if I told a random person, it's like, hey man, Warrior is great. You should do Warrior and Heaven on High. Well, if they didn't unlock Warrior, they're in a bit of a trouble, because they have to actually unlock Warrior and either decide to level it 60 levels or boost it and spend money doing it. Whereas Gunbreaker, you unlock it, it's straight at 60, and you just have to level it once. So I think accessibility probably came into play when it came for that job, you know what I mean? And that probably is why a lot of people just ended up with Gunbreaker, because it's like, oh, Gunbreaker is there? Oh, I can just do it right away? Okay, cool, let's do Gunbreaker. I mean, it could also be like, it was one of the first jobs I put up on the videos and we didn't really touch Warrior as much. That could also be a thing, but in essence, that's probably a good reason. Which is why I'm curious now, if I put up one of the first live tutorials for Heaven on High and we do it on Warrior, if that kind of will shift things, but, you know. I know Warrior did shift after I did a couple runs on it. Like Aether, just all of a sudden, just top 25 is covered in Warriors. So there's a little bit to that. Yo, Hella, thanks to 2-1. That really means a lot. Thank you for that sub, for supporting the stream. Really means a ton. Would I recommend Red Mage for the first clear in Heaven on High? If you like Red Mage, Nisty, that was my first clear. Although I came from an era where it was only Red Mage, right? Like back in the day, we only believed Red Mage was possible. No one even tried to do another job, because it's like, well, why would you? Like, that just seems silly. So I came from that era, but I do like the Red Mage climb a lot. Like, you don't have to twist my arm to go back on Red Mage. But what I've heard over time, Nisty, is that people have tried Red Mage, like legitimately tried Red Mage, and they're like, I didn't really like the run. They don't like the dual casting, they don't like the fact that you have to cure so much. Now it does kind of feel like the caches are a little bit extra squishy than it had been before. Maybe just because it's a lower HP pull, who knows? But from my feeling, really Red Mage has gotten slightly better than before. It just takes a particular playstyle which may not fit everyone's liking. Like, for me, I get such a thrill on Red Mage because you play Red Mage in here like you don't play it anywhere else in this game. Especially not in raids, you know? You have to maximize your curing, you have to maximize your mobility, you're very flashy, both in movement and everything, and it's a lot of fun taking in that job. So I am, like, thoroughly entertained with Red Mage. It's just not for everyone. And that's why in Palace, for instance, Palace you see the favoritism on Machinist. Why Machinist? Because it's just very simple, in essence, kind of. Compared to Red Mage. Machinist is just literally don't stop running, do a rotation, and just keep shooting. Keep away from the enemy, you keep mitigation, you're good to go. You just have to learn Bahamut, which is the toughest part, but it's a pretty streamlined job. Not to mention you don't have to deal with pox and interrupt and all that stuff. Whereas Red Mage, you do have to deal with that. And then here in Heaven on High, tanks are favored because they're defensive, but they have a lot of their damage kits. That's why you see kind of the favoritism on tanks over here. But if you're someone, Nisty, that enjoys Red Mage as much as I do, might be a good job for you, because I really do love Red Mage. And I just did that clear recently, too. We did that, I think, a week ago. So I was a big fan of that one. Yo, Wanderer of Worlds, thanks to the Prime Gaming! Alright, let me catch up a little bit on chat. That's an avenue to consider the populated class. Yeah. Good song, mother. Man, I decided to try my first warrior run the other day. Got Odin's second silver chest. So using the second side of the fact before I push Odin up further. It's fair. That's a good choice. Odin, you know, he likes to mess with your head sometimes. I love how my Red Mage's lack of interrupts, so mimics become a nightmare. Yeah. Yeah, that's I mean, that's a downfall of Red Mage versus a Machinist or a tank. It's something you just have to deal with. Meiji pushed my Reaper score to number 4. Would you expect any less, dude? Wanderer, thanks for the live tutorial videos. I managed to get 84 in Heaven on High in second attempt. Congratulations, playing as Paladin. I got killed 3 times on Rams Royce. Oh, the Rams Royce, dude. It's okay. That means you're a true deep dungeon runner. Because you have been you have been obliterated by a chimera. Welcome to the club. And again, thanks for that Prime Gaming, I really appreciate that. I struggle to get past 140, I look forward to watching a future Red Mage run. I do want to get back on Red Mage and Talus. That might come not so close in the future, because right now I am trying to work on Bard, and Bard might take a while, not gonna lie. Like, we might be stuck on Bard for a couple weeks. But then thereafter, we'll see what I want to do. You're Machinist main, so going to caster just feels weird. Hate casting times. Hey, you might, Nisty, you might be that kind of category where it's like, yeah, I'm not really a fan of Red Mage, but I do like the Machinist. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it actually hurts me to kind of just mention the fact that Red Mage is just not the favorite in either Deep Dungeon. It isn't. Machinist well tops Red Mage in Palace, and the tanks are certainly a bigger favorite in Heaven on High. But Red Mage is still fully capable. It still can do its thing. It's just, I can understand the points of view why people like what you just mentioned. You don't like the casting times. Understandable. Which, by the way, Nisty, one thing that's interesting about Summoner, this run that we're doing, I am actually feeling like this job plays like Machinist. It has like a vibe of Machinist because it's a lot of mobility, but it's a lot of big damage. So like, maybe if you want to get into like a caster vibe, Summoner might be close to it. Now you still don't have interrupt, but it's still kind of close to it. That's what I felt like in Palace. By the way, 15. If I like to always mention this one. If you're not too used to this, 15 on this floor, it's always big, guaranteed 100% big. So what I like to do is I like the Fortune Magicite here to try to pull a lot of chests. But this is a guaranteed big room, so I affluence beforehand, just to kind of increase the amount of chests. Why is it guaranteed? Well, they just wanted to make sure that all players had the experience of this big room. They're like, you know, we added this new feature, and let's at least show you this new feature. And that's what it is. Yo, Nisty, thanks for tier 1 also. Oh, that means a lot. Thank you for those subs, guys. Those subs are tremendously huge, and especially the tier 1s. I really appreciate that. Okay, I am behind on chat, so let me catch up a tiny bit. And Zog says, oh my gosh, thanks guys, you started a high train. Thank you so much. I really do think Red Mage is the seriously high skill job in here. No, it is a high skill job in here. Aurora, what's up, Aurora? I got to 141 on Machinist today and decided to test the Manticores. Well, they're not as bad in Palace, but they're still kind of spooky. Hey, Shaded. I'm doing pretty good, thanks for asking. Do I like blue? Debatable. Debatable. Almish! Head to the store so can't talk? But you just talked, dude. Oh shit, look at all the chests, holy crap. Made it to floor 161 today on Warrior. Yo, a lot of people are pushing Warrior, Zippo. Congratulations, man. You all are making me very tempted to do Warrior. Gotta go back through. Okay. Writing these user stories? Alright, cool, man. Thanks. User stories, that sounds interesting. If you heard me say that, you should let me know what's going on with that one. I love new Summoner, so happy with he took the job. I do like Summoner a lot. And then thank you again for that tier 1, Nisty. Cool to catch you live. Following the Machinist walkthrough made it Behemoth first try, but fat finger the buttons! Yeah, well, look, Machinist is like very delicate, and like, I mean, if you just hit a wrong button, it is dead. It is game over. But you know what? Making it that far for, what'd you say? First try? Shit. You know you know what's actually interesting about those videos is that I think they are still relevant. There really hasn't been too much of a change in terms of Palace. I mean, some of the floors have gotten harder, but in reality, those videos, those live tutorials of Machinists, specifically Machinists, are still accurate. You can still take it in and use them now. Like, you'll still be fine. You just have to accommodate for a handful of changes, but it really is still an accurate thing. So that's kind of a good thing. And also, thanks for that Prime Gaming again. Are there any guaranteed big floors further up? Nope, this is the only one, Red Mist. Only one that's guaranteed. Now, there is a high chance of big rooms up by 97, 98. Like, it's almost like a 50-50, or if not, a higher rate at which you'll get them, but they're not guaranteed. 99, if anything, floor 1 and floor 99, actually the first floor of every set, and specifically 99 are the ones that could never be a big room. You could never start an instance in a big room, and 99 has never ever been a big room. So those are the only floors that you'll never see a big room. Everything else in between outside of the boss is could be a chance for a big room. Now that would be kind of interesting if the boss room is a big room. I don't know what the hell they'd do that. I know that they show multiple exits, but some are secretly. What are the ways to tell and get rid of them? Nightshade. So what I like to do is I safety. So I think what I did right off the bat when we entered that room was I safety. And safety does get rid of the fake exits. So that's one big way that I always do it. Like, I do it in such a way where I literally don't even use my safeties until I get a big room. I just don't need them. Now the other way to do it, which is a little less known, is that you can do a conceal. So if you have fake exits on the floor and you've revealed the exit, you can do a conceal. And what a conceal will do, it protects you against traps. So if you walk into an exit that is fake, the conceal will make the exit not pulse. Because the exit, when you go into a proper exit, it pulses, right? 3 pulses, you go to the exit. If you want to conceal and it's a fake one, it'll just not pulse, indicating to you that it's fake. So those are the kind of the 2 main ways of handling fake exits up in the higher floor. Other than that, it is a gamble. So if you're just, you know, you're willing to roll the dice, then that is what's going to happen. But that is how I handle big rooms. Can big rooms have treasure rooms? Yes, they can. It's like a treasure section. You'll just see a whole bunch of enemies like shoved into a block. And yeah, you can see that. You're looking at these fancy MMO mice? I didn't know you could play this game with a mouse, damn. Do you need steel to deal with mimics and higher floors tanks? 91 is debatable, but I will definitely say it's a huge prog point for people to handle mimics in 81 plus without steel. Because I have definitely heard back in Shadowbringers people having trouble handling mimics on Gunbreaker in 81 plus. And when I handle mimics in 81 plus, I'm more or less okay. But it's not an easy task. Like, you're rotating defenses, you're making sure that, you know, maybe even consider kiting a little bit. So that's kind of a huge prog point if you're able to, because using a steel for a mimic at least at 81 is, you know, you would rather use it somewhere else. Shady Life, what would be the most impressive job for first time clear in my opinion? Astro. Or Black Mage. Astro, Black Mage, first time clear. Most impressive for sure. Alright, so we got a big room, I immediately safety. Just, I don't even question it. Guys, thanks. Oh, you missed that. High chain is long gone. Better luck next time. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I'm just happy you guys even did anything. Here. Oh. Here. Here. Mr. Shoof? Mr. Shoof? Hey, what's up, Shoof? How you doing? 150 takes so long? Depending on the job. What's up, guys? Shoot, you were popping today. I was peering in and out, and you were popping today. Yo, guys, Mr. Shoot is a raider, a damn good raider. Week 1, his team got the 69th clear in the world for the tier. But he's a damn good raider. He was helping some lovely souls, I'm sure, clear. How did that go? How many clears did you get, by the way? Did you get any? Nice. Yeah, and that's not BSing too, that's actually official. Like, I'm not kidding. That's literally true. We got really close. Okay. Working hard to try to clear in Party Finder, we got really close and nice. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I saw you like all day, dude. And you're popping. Let's go. But thanks for bringing a crew over. Angela's Demon is here, guys. I do a lot of Deep Dungeon solo. Well, I pretty much do that exclusively. And we're playing with Summoner today. I'm actually pretty excited about this job. This job has been proving a lot of fun for me. Although you are like a legit glass cannon on this job. Your defense is like tragic. But hey, if you kill it before it kills you, everything's okay, you know? Look how fast this thing blows up. Love it. Wait, oh, he died. I didn't realize he died so fast. I still haven't finished my warrior run, so could try one of those for tiles. They're hard, man. I think everyone agrees that Black Mage and or Astro is definitely going to be the hardest challenge. How does Burst Phase feel in bosses? Summoner wrecks bosses. It is just like sick. What we're going to try to do later is we are gonna do floor 80 without steel, which I did pull off last time. It's a pretty tricky one. I think I died the first time, but we can pull it off. So it's gonna be a really tricky fight, but we'll do no steel on 80. And we haven't been able to do that in Shadowbringer, so that's a new thing that we can do now. 70 Summoner is so broken. It's really good, Rhea. It's really good. Oh, I switching. It's really good. It's really strong. I love it a lot. It just sucks because the last time I was in here, I was dealing with a Mimic 81+, and I had HP down. A debuff HP down that lowers my HP. I legit got one shot by a Mimic. A Mimic crit me and just cleaned me out in one go. So, like, you're definitely a glass cannon on this job. It's alright, man. It happens. Shit happens. Doesn't happen all the time. 8-out Summoner just gets weaker when you get to... That's what I heard! I mean, with Phoenix and all that stuff. I mean, I think 70 is the sweet spot for the damage. Like, for sure, what I'll be doing today is we're gonna really leverage Bahamut as much as humanly possible. You know, we use it, blow shit up, move around, use it again, blow shit up. That's not true anymore with Phoenix. But it still has like the regen thing, right? Like Bahamut would still produce more damage overall. Like you would rather have Bahamut full time than say Phoenix. How beneficial is the shield? Well, in Shadowbringers, the shield was really clutch. Like that was actually something that essentially carried you, and you relied on it because you had 2 charges of shield down here at this level, and then it recharged every 30 seconds. So you had it quite often. Right now, you don't get the 2 charges until like 88. So you have a shield once every 60 seconds. The benefit now is that it does happen instantly, just because of the way the pet is now. So like the moment you use it, you get a shield. But I pretty much use it for like super emergencies right now. I don't rely on it very much. Like if it looks like I have a big trouble, I will then utilize it. So it's just kind of there. But you know, I've been kind of relating this job to Machinist. So in essence, you know, you're very mobile. A big difference versus what it was before was the fact that can you use your shit? Was the fact that you did a lot of casting back before because you wanted to maximize Rune 3, so it was a lot of hard casting. So you felt less mobile than like Red Mage, but you felt more mobile than say Black Mage. Like Black Mage, you felt just not mobile at all. But now you feel, I definitely feel way more mobile than a Red Mage on Summoner right now. So having the lack of the shield, having a much longer charge of a shield, and by the way, it shields you for even less than it did before, it's not terrible. Unless you're standing in place, then it might be a problem. Figured it wasn't something I'm super reliant on. Yeah, you don't want to rely on it. Like, you definitely don't want it to be like the reason why you're going to survive or clear. It's there for the added bonus, you know, again, if like shit's hitting the fan, you have this backup shield that you can utilize. So Phoenix is way more damage, 500 to 1000 more. Isn't it like the same potency as Bahamut? Look at that. Bruh, look at this dude. This boss, by the way, was like one of the most annoying ones to deal with because he felt like he just took so long. And granted, I did frailty. I don't have strength on. We just literally did this thing. Did half HP in like 30 seconds. I love it. Bahamut and Phoenix do the same amount of potency. There you go. So maybe that is just what it was before, but now it's a little bit better now. What's up, Yuki? How you doing, Yuki? Okay. Oh, wait, I got the cast off. Okay, good. I haven't done much of, like, really any summoner past 80. I mean, I got this job to 90, but I didn't really do much content with it, so I'm pretty much just going by what people say. This damage. Phoenix potency buff just makes up for the missing death clear. Ah, that makes sense. Dead moth. Alright. I'm hitting it with my book. Oh, the book damage? Could be. But yeah, guys, by the way, definitely check out Shoop. He's a good friend of ours. He's led me to victory in DR Savage. You wanna load? Game? Game, please? Okay. But he's definitely really good at just helping people out. Does it all the time. And he's got a really good raid team to watch too, so I'm gonna give him a look. Nice opening, I guess. 2 Magicides off the bat. Double Garuda. Hey DNJ, how you doing? Since you started from 1, I'm assuming you went for yeah. Sometimes Hollow, I feel like the 1 to 100 validates the run a little bit more, right? Although for Monk I just didn't care, so you know, whatever. I got to 100, that's all I need to care about. But also there's a time factor into it. But I know I can do this fairly fast, so it benefits me that way. I can do the full run. That's part of it. Nope. I played Monster Hunter World when it came out on PlayStation, and it was my first time trying a Monster Hunter game. It was okay. It didn't hold me. Not gonna lie, I did not approach that game knowing I was gonna be in for a grind, and I do like a grind. But I entered that game without any knowledge, and I guess I wasn't ready for a grind, so I kind of got to endgame, and then I didn't really continue. And I didn't make it to like the first patch, so I didn't do much of that game. And so I basically looked at Rise, and I'm like, Monster Hunter, not really. I'm not really looking into that on my end. I know a lot of people are, but nah. I'm like saving the batteries, man. 1 month from now, it's gonna be a busy gaming season, because you have Elden Ring, Triangle Strategy, Stranger of Paradise, Tiny Tina. Those are the 4 games right now that I'm looking at, and I'm sure there's gonna be way more. But that's all within like literally a month of each other. So I'm just pretty much just charging the batteries and waiting for all that to show up. It's a great game for solo. I know what Monster Hunter gives, it's just not my aesthetic. I don't like the music as much either, it's just not my aesthetic for a game. Nothing against anything, it's just not my game. You're so excited for Elden Ring? I'm excited because you guys are excited. I just hope it doesn't end up being like Cyberpunk. It won't end up like Cyberpunk, right guys? I got Cyberpunk because everyone was hyped about Cyberpunk, and it was a new game. I just got my PC last year. Like, I wanted like this brand new, like highly graphic game that's gonna challenge my PC because it's brand new. And it's like, shit. Everyone ended up hating the game. It was okay, but I don't feel like I got my $60 worth of it, you know? It was a great game. It was a great game to watch. I watched our buddy Sharply Dressed Man play that game, and man, it was so entertaining to watch him play the game. But, you know, I kind of wish I could put more time into it. I'm just not invested at all. Do I plan on streaming it? I'm thinking about it. I'm still thinking about I really want to stream Elden. I want to stream the 3 games I mentioned. I don't know about Tiny Tina, but I'm really thinking about streaming those 3 games. I'm just still thinking about it, how I want to pull it off. It's been something that's been rattling in my brain about how I want to approach it. But I'd like to. Horizon 2 and Gran Turismo. Gran Turismo, when I saw that trailer, it really was like, I played that game back in the day. Like, I played like Gran Turismo 1 or something, Gran Turismo 2, and it was an interesting game that I did enjoy. Oh my god, Bahamut, please. And looking at the newer version of it was like, maybe it's time I go back into that game just for shits and giggles, I don't know. I don't know how, like, let's say if I wanted to stream it, I don't know how that would translate. Like, I don't know if that's a streamable game. Maybe it is. Gold. Oh, let's go this way. Drop the chest. Didn't play World? World is good, it's just, you know, I know, like, I think a lot of people, Faceka, was saying like Rise was definitely better, but it's just my experience with the World just didn't do enough for me to hold me in that genre. Kuma Oaks, thanks for follow. Also, by the way, guys who followed me earlier, we were in like a big conversation. I was so behind in chat. Thank you for those follows and everything. So thank you so much. Oh, aw, thanks, Pudding. It won't tell me how much. I really appreciate that. I'm gonna check it at the end of stream. Thank you so much. I added the notification in now so that I can see it happen. But thank you for that. Aw. Actually, I think I kind of like it like that. Like, I don't know if like some people wanna like showcase that how much they give, or I don't know. But I really appreciate that. I'll check it right now. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for the tip. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for listening to me. I just checked how much. Thank you so much. I gotta look into Ko-fi a little bit more. Like Ko-fi, so I am using Ko-fi now. First I saw it on our buddy Kaoru Gome stream, so I know it's in existence. And a couple of my other friends started using it too. Like Celine started using it, and a couple other streamers I know started using it. But a lot of it was because there's this whole kind of exodus from like Streamlabs, and I was using the Streamlabs thing before, and then I kind of want to be like, let me just use something else for now. That's why we're using Ko-fi, but I just essentially I'm using it simply because it's a place that I can now accept those type of things. But I honestly don't have an understanding of really all the bells and whistles of what that company can do, and I should probably do that. I just added in the notification today because I figured, you know, may as well. Oh. Wow, what is this floor? Oh my god. Maybe I should have gone for score, Hollow. This is like a score run type of situation right now. Holy shit. I have like 5 Magicites, 2 Petries. Oh my god. Oh no, it's okay! Yeah, I mean, I just originally didn't even have it at all, but I'm not gonna lie, I think, like, is that okay? Like, as, you know, like, are you okay with that personally? Would you have preferred it not to show up? Because I kind of feel bad if someone does something and doesn't show up, and it's set up like that. But this way, like, it's just, there's no alert, you know, no sound effects, no nothing. Okay. All good, okay. Yeah, I didn't have anything originally, but I just kind of felt bad before, because a couple people had done it, and then, like, the messages were, like, saying, like, man, I wasn't sure if it was going to show up or anything, but I hope you get this. I'm like, I don't want to miss it. I feel bad if I miss it, you know? But yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. The old alert we had was attached to Streamlabs. So, like, if there was any tips that came in, it would just have this special alert, so I would see it with a message. So... Yo. See ya. Oh, I didn't get that. For artists? Yeah. Yeah, now there's a handful of streamers that have certainly moved into it. It was really simple to set up too. This is no complication. It's just like, here you go, here's your account, attach your PayPal, boom, that's it. Like, okay, cool. And then I tested it out and was like, oh, that's real simple, cool. I mean, that's all you can ask for, right? I don't need any I don't need to go through any hoops and shit. I just want it to work, and that's exactly what it is for. Oh, it's fantastic. Although I would kind of chill a little bit in your assessment of this job. Wait till we get to 51. Because, you know, 1 to 50 is still that kind of section right now that it's really easy. A lot easier than it was in Shadowbringers. So this looks like fun as hell. Because you were blowing shit up, like, you know, everything is just getting obliterated. But that's not gonna be a thing once we get into the higher floors. But the mobility for sure is amazing on this job. I mean, nonetheless, it's still really good. Red Scyther, for someone who has not done this before, what's the benefits of it? Glory. Glory. Challenge. Like, in essence, like, if you're trying to do this solo Red Scyther, there really is nothing that you get out of this except a fancy title, And you do get a leaderboard, so there is a leaderboard. So Heaven on High in itself does have its own leaderboard right here, so you can check it out. So there is a leaderboard that you can get yourself, and they are spread about by different jobs. So there's a leaderboard, it's partially competitive. I'd say very friendly competition. But you do get a title doing this solo. You get Lone Hero doing Heaven on High solo. So it's really an achievement thing, a challenge thing. You know, if you just like to challenge yourself in this game, this is one way to do it. But there's no, like, special items that you get. I mean, you could get a mount, but really anyone else could get a mount. You don't get a special weapon, technically. I mean, you can get the weapon I'm using right now, but that's still not kind of restrictive of doing it solo, if that makes sense. So it's really just the title that's exclusive to beating this challenge. Everything else is just kind of extra. You always thought it was used. Hey, I mean, it is a great leveling tool. Look, I'm not gonna deny that it is a great leveling tool, you know. But that's where, like, I think most people learn what Deep Dungeon is meant for before they realize, oh, you can go in by yourself. Oh, there's an achievement that you can do solo, and then you look into it and you give it a try. It's like, oh, this is really fucking hard. It's like, yeah, it's great. So, I mean, you're still looking at maybe under like 800, 700 people who've completed this solo. You're talking about a game that has millions and millions of subscribers. Heck, you're probably thinking, you're probably like considering thousands of people have probably cleared the tier of Savage already, right? Like, I don't know if like anyone is privy to that information. I don't know if FF Logs has that, but I'm sure there's hundreds and hundreds of people who have cleared the tier already by now on week 2. You're just talking about maybe still less than 600, 700 who have cleared this solo in the entire player base, you know? And this has been around for like, what, 3-4 years? And it's pretty much the same title. So, a long ass time for this thing to be here, and people have like just still a limited amount of people who have this. The accessories are great. Okay, that's true. But you can still get that with a party as opposed to solo. Hey, no problem, Red Scyther. And Red Scyther, if ever you're kind of further interested in this content, this is kind of what I do focus on my YouTube and on this stream. And I've put out guides, I have full runs of multiple jobs. So if it ever interests you to maybe check one out, maybe you're interested in soloing, you know, I have done this on every job. So you can definitely take a look at how your favorite job performs in here, and then give it a shot yourself. And then if you run into any issues or questions, this is certainly the place to ask them, because even if it isn't myself answering them, there's so many knowledgeable people in the community that have done their own runs and can certainly answer your questions if needed. I'm still rank 11 on Paladin for Crystal. I didn't even clear. Someone messaged me earlier, Tarvs, that they just got the clear on Crystal today. They just got Necromancer on Paladin today. So you're probably gonna see a new score show up by tomorrow. Yeah, it's great on Crystal too, man. Crystal represent for sure. So it's really cool to hear that. I don't know their... I mean, I'm sure you're gonna see their name. I don't know their in-game name. I think they mentioned it, but I don't quite remember. But it'll be on the board. I'm just about to hit 90 on seconds. You're watching? Yup. I forget people can do this in a group. Who needs a group? Hey, thanks for the follow. Low ID and Red Scyther. Thank you for that. I still have my top 25 Dark Star, even though it wasn't a Lone Hero clear. Dark, you know, Dark might kind of stay kind of low-key that missed. You know, I think Warrior, if anyone had done Warrior clears, you might start getting concerned about Warrior, because, man, that job is gonna... I really feel like that job is gonna propel itself. Summoner, too. You might start seeing, you know, I mean, maybe I'm being biased here, but you might start seeing some favoritism on Summoner. Especially, I think maybe more so in Palace, but, man, I see more Summoner clears nowadays. With a good purpose. Reaper. Well, Reaper... See, you know what's interesting about Reaper? I think you will see a lot of attempts on Reaper for Palace, and maybe Heaven on High. I just don't know if that's going to be in, like, I don't know if that will propel itself past, you know, people suggesting it over Machinist. I don't even think you can suggest it over Summoner. You know, it's there, it's great. It definitely, I would say, top tier for melee, but it's still melee, man. It still has its downfalls for being a melee, so I think it's just hard to put Reaper any higher than some of the other ones that are good and still good. yeah, buff, it still is hard, you know? Just that's why, like, I think I will forever hesitate on saying Reaper is better on Palace, is the best in Palace. You know, my results on Reaper were mind-blowing. Like, certainly for me, Reaper performed the best for me, but again, like, if you're talking to someone who's hunting their, like, second or third clear, okay, different story. But if you're talking to someone who's never cleared before, I don't know, I don't think I can suggest Reaper off the bat. Like, you can give it a shot, but you know, you might run into problems on that job. With good reason, too. Oh yeah, don't worry. I got bad weather here, Gims. Hey Gims, I watched that Half-Life one, by the way. I got to watch it today because GDQ is all finished, and that was a good watch. Thank you for giving that to me. That was right before they did Yakuza, was it not? I think, because I watched the Yakuza run. I must have just missed the Half-Life one. Maybe I like broke for lunch or something. But thank you for the video. I did. Night Vision. What did you do? Was that mods? That was kind of cool. Not that I could ever do that, but that was kind of cool. Oh, I actually wasn't supposed to change songs. It's okay. It was mods. How's that in this? You know what it reminded me of? I remember there being Resident Evil, not Village. I think Resident Evil 2. Someone modded the what's the big bad guy? What's the name of those big bad guys that everyone's scared of? They like changed, oh no, they changed some of the zombies to Barney the dinosaur. Like they had a whole bunch of Barney the dinosaur zombies, so they just changed all of them to Barney. It's good. Nemesis. Someone changed Nemesis to something really funny. Forgot what it was. I caught a bit of the... Oh, the Sekiro was so good! Yo, I watched the whole Sekiro one. Oh my god. I really have been debating on doing a blindfold on this content. I should really get into it more, man. I've been thinking about that. There was a mod that replaced Nemesis with... with it? Oh my god. Oh, yes! I think it was Thomas the Tank Engine. Yes, that was the... Yeah, I remember that one. That was the super meme one. It was Thomas the Tank Engine. I think that was the one. Yeah. Thanks for that one. I went to sleep at the end of Half-Life 2. It's so full of stuff like the entire... Yeah. That stuff is just so interesting. Portal. It was interesting watching the Portal 2 speedrun yesterday. That was a lot of fun too. Yeah, blindfold runs, man, they are so wild. You know, I like the way the guy who did the blindfold for Sekiro showcased how it's a blindfold. He just took a bright light through the blindfold to be like, look, there's no light coming out of here. I'm like, oh shit, that's a good way to do it. Mr. Finn! I know what Finn was doing, he was on Monk. He was doing Monk Heaven on High. I want to hear the results. What do we do? I'll give you a shout out once I deal with this Petrify. Welcome in, guys. Yo, Finn had just recently got excuse me, Omni. He's an Omni Heaven on High clear. He's every job cleared. One of the very rare to do that. We got to 91, 6 floorways. We picked up 5 more. That sounds like my Sage run. Holy shit. Well, wasn't it who said that? I forgot. Was it Jenny, I think? Someone walked in with like 5 on like Red Mage and just basically didn't even fight an entire floor, just like wiped all the way through. Yo, check out Finn, guys. Part of the community has been streaming a lot of his runs. If you get to his stream, I think Finn, you typically stream before I do. I think like on normal days, Finn will do a lot of explanation when he's climbing. So you'll hear his thoughts, all that stuff. So definitely give him a look. Again, he's has a ton of clears under his belt, so he's certainly gonna check someone who is well experienced, and he can probably answer your questions too. So definitely check him out. So we're doing the afternoon. Oh yeah, you are NA, right, Finn? Like, aside from... I don't want to give away your position, but you are NA. For some reason, I keep thinking you're EU. Or are you EU? I think you are NA. I mean, I know you're an Aether, but... Hey, what's up, Logan? You are NA. Okay, you are NA. Okay. Yeah. So right, like usually before I do. So definitely check him out, guys. What's up, Logan? Well, going good so far. I mean, we're just obliterating things on Summoner like we did before. So I'm excited. Lost my IPO3 last night because there was a blood dragon in a wall. Oh no! Did he just teleport out of the wall? Oh my god. Those wall dragons, dude. I gotta say, I think with you, New Monk makes me kind of go eh. Yep. I don't like it, Finn. I don't like it, man. I know there are people who do like it. I just don't like the playstyle. It's playstyle. Purely playstyle. Finn, maybe you can agree with me with this. I think if you separate playstyle, you can probably understand that Monk is still pretty good, right? Like, I don't think it lost its ability to clear. I think it's still fine. I think it can still pull it off. Whatever you had your chances of back in Shadowbringers, I don't think they've really reduced. But it's just playstyle. It just, for me, it just doesn't work for me anymore. Yeah. It does suck a little bit, yeah. You would put it right under Reaper? Interesting. Like, is that above Ninja then? I'm gonna put Monk like bottom of the barrel. Yo, Artemis, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. I gotta get back on Ninja though. I gotta get back on Dragoon. I'm interested to see Dragoon, to see if I'm actually gonna like Dragoon. And maybe I just put Monk bottom of the barrel now, because I just can't stand Monk. I honestly can't stand Monk. I can't. I just don't like the job anymore, man. I was such a Monk like enthusiast too, Not anymore. I can watch most of the stream. Thank you to. Oh, nice. Is this contest? Oh, we're gonna, dude. I'm gonna leave this song on all the entire stream, the entire set. I love this song. I got my Sage to 87 today, and I'm like, yeah, I get to queue up for a dungeon finally. I was just doing Fates on Sage. I'll come back to that. I forgot I petrified. Oh. Okay. I didn't actually clear the floor. Awkward. He menacingly walked out. Damn. Almost sounds like he was like having a lunch break or a coffee break and you pissed him off. Ninja's interesting. Hide is huge benefit, but Bloodbath Burst heal is lacking once you get to the point where monsters survive. Things get spicy. Okay. That's a fair assessment. That's a fair assessment. The game thinks it's score. Yeah, it does think it's a score run. I love this song. Oh my god. Strength. And I'm gonna put Summoner top for me. Summoner's such a good job right now. Holy crap. Wish I had my gap closer. Make it even better if I had the gap closer on Summoner. Where is the silver? Yep. It's in the 87 dungeon. That is the one dungeon that I will not shy away from, man. I love that dungeon so much. It's so much fun. The only time I actually enjoy dungeon in this game is this one. But it's because the music's really good. That's like the only reason. It's really funny. I've mentioned this like once before. It's really funny how much I enjoy games because of the music. Like, the music definitely is a huge factor if I'm going to enjoy a game or not. huge factor. That's probably why I didn't like Monster Hunter World that much, because I just didn't like the music at all. You know, that could be a thing. Like Tales of Arise was aight, but I still remember how bad, like, you know, how kind of annoyed I was at the music a lot. Basically the lack of a battle theme pissed me off. But then SMT, the music was just rocking every single time. The entire game I was jamming to the music, so it's like, you know, I think music for me definitely dictates my enjoyment for a lot of things in games in general. Picked up some games because of it. I will pick up a game, like, not because of the music, because I tend to not listen to the music until I play the game, because I definitely like to get the context of the music with the proper context. But thereafter, like, as I'm playing it, if I end up not liking it, it doesn't help. But I'll get through. Like, I'll play the game. I like to beat that. I like to finish and beat games no matter what. But, you know, my final assessment kind of dictates that. What was the game? Oh, Octopath. Oh my god, Octopath was a game that, like, 100%, oh shit. Oh my god, Bahamut, please, for the love of god. He's like, hey, did you want me to blow this one up, or, like, the other one? This one? Okay, I'll do this one. Holy shit, dude. I'm going too fast for Bahamut, that's what's happening. Death Stranding music was fantastic. That was, yeah, I watched my friend play that one. That was a really good one. Oh, the music is so good! You know, I had Near Replicant music in my playlist. I can't use some of it because it does trigger copyright. I hate it. The music was so good. And actually, I got into a tower of the tower today, the last Nier raid. Not today. The last Nier raid I got to like a couple days ago. I did turn up that music when I got in there. I'm like, oh, it's this one. Oh, the music's really good. And even though that's Automata music, it's still good music. I really like it. So yeah, like the music really does for me do it for me. You know, give me good music, I'm going to enjoy the content. Because I'm certainly someone, although a little ironic right now because I am playing essentially my own playlist. I am someone who will play, you know, in-game music all the time. You know, I could make the exception for this, because technically this isn't what you hear in this game, in this mode right now. But it's still technically in-game music. I don't like popping up like Spotify or something and playing like, you know, popular music. It just doesn't, you know, give the proper vibe to what I'm actually playing. I want to play, if I'm playing a game, I want to play game music. Just simple as that. And again, nothing against anyone else, because actually, like, I listen to a couple streams, and some of them are playing like, you know, popular songs, and I'm like jamming to the song and like vibing with the streamer with their music. It's great. But when I'm personally playing, I gotta play game music. I love mixing, yeah. Destroys all the torn. yeah. Mm-hmm. It's really great with those mashups and stuff. They do such a good job with it. I missed the Serenity. It's what's the chest? I'll leave the song on for 3 more. I love this song because I'm probably not gonna hear it again. So imagine hugging the wall in the spawn room, dude. You can't be too cautious, Gims. All right, you can't be too cautious, man. You never know. Sometimes we're practicing for that next deep dungeon. All right, Bahamut, please. I think I need to open with Akh Morn, because if I don't open with Akh Morn, he's just gonna queue up a whole bunch of other crap before he even gets to Akh Morn. Kind of makes it annoying though. Fritzy, use it. Oh, you know what? I had a lot of fun last night watching when it was the finale of GDQ. The whole, I don't know if you guys watched it, but they were talking about the whole story of Metal Gear Solid. And first of all, that whole run was really cool to watch, except for like the last half. Last half was like really boring. Although the commentary is fine, just the run itself, like it seemed really boring the last part of the run. But what I loved was that they talked about the story, which is just something that I love hearing, those type of stories, especially when it comes to gaming. Basically, like, it was like, I think a few weeks ago, they found this brand new skip in the game that saved them like 2.5 minutes. Brand new skip that they've been playing this game. How long has that game been out? Like what, 20 years or something? They've been speedrunning that game for like literally like 20 years. They find this new skip like weeks ago that shaved 2.5 minutes off the run. But the way they found the skip was it was from a person, literally a casual gamer, like playing through the game for the very first time. I think it was like a streamer, I think, called Boba something. That was the name of the streamer, because the name of the skip was called Boba Skip. And the story goes that she was just playing the game and she was going up one of the towers and she was panicking. Like, she was just like in a panic moment, like she was getting her ass kicked. And so she just like leaned up against the wall and just started mashing a whole bunch of buttons, and like I think she accidentally like went like the whole bunch of like sequence buttons, and then she got hit by a grenade, and then it skipped her through a door, which completely like skipped an entire like 2.5 portions of the game. Completely by accident. And like one of the speedrunners were just watching by chance, like they were just there watching this person play this game, and they're like, what did you just do? And then the whole story was like, they saw the thing, then they like gathered a whole bunch of the speedrunners, like, dude, we just saw this thing happen. And then like they said like within an hour they started testing it, and then they started duplicating it, and then they started formulating strategies, and then like within like 3 hours they was like within the runs, and then like an hour after that people started doing new speedruns and obliterating all the records. It was like, oh my god. Like the whole sequence of events that happens when you see something like that happen, it just sounds so exciting, you know? How like just this one thing, especially from this random moment, not even anyone was trying it, you just get this huge change to your run. It's like, oh shit, let's go. What game? They were doing a speedrun of Metal Gear Solid last night, and they were talking about that story. Metal Gear Solid 1. And they found a new skip because a casual gamer accidentally finds it. No intention, no nothing, it was just complete accident. And it changed all of the speedruns. They said like every single speedrun category that was there. Like full run, any percent, this and that, everything changed because of that one little thing. The advent of Twitch have been a major boon to speedrunners. Yeah, because the stories, yeah dude, oh I love it. I love hearing stories like that, man. It's such a cool moment. You know? I think Gims, I think the Half-Life video you gave me had a similar story. That there was a skip that they learned because it was again another casual gamer that was just playing the game, and it just so happened that a speedrunner was watching and they just saw them do it. Like complete accident. They weren't intentionally doing it. They were just in the right place at the right time, and boom, there you go. It just becomes just like this game-changing moment for speedruns. Discovering an out-of-bounds glitch from the casual. Yeah? And can you imagine, like, even like, I guess, what you see in the speedruns in GDQ is the culmination of all this research, right? And so they're showcasing all of this research to, like, literally tens and thousands of people. Like, this is what we've come up with, this is what the community has come up with, here's our speedrun. But like in the back end, there's so much research that gets involved, there's so much studying and everything, like trying to break this is like you don't even know where to begin, right? How to break something. You just hope that you kind of run into it. But man, it's so crazy that stuff happens just complete random. That's pretty much what happened, which the odds of that happening are unlikely when you really think about it, since it has to be that door up in the tower, you need 1 to 2 fallback animations when you get hit. Yeah, they were saying, he was saying it was like a 50-50 chance, I think. Sword Slinger, he was like a 50-50 shot to make it happen. So even then, to be there when that happened, and then for it to actually happen, you know? Incredible. F1-2 also had one at the beginning with the barrel, then no clipping through the map, first 10 minutes or something. Yes! Yeah, it was like, you took a barrel, was it the one where like they were at the side of the car, and like they rolled the barrel up to the side of the car and then started to float, and then they created a float glitch. And they cut through like this whole section of the game. Hey JK, that's the one? Yeah. Distortion 2 had paid $1,000 for discovering the glitch had destroyed. Really? Wow, that's a lot of money for that. Damn. It's just numbers game. If a lot of people play and try a bunch of stuff, you will find something, but streaming and sharing info is the key. Yeah, extra code. I mean, look, we can dive it back into our community. I mean, when Loken had been working on that Deep Dungeon overlay for like a year and a half before really anyone knew about it. Like, he was working behind the scenes. Year and a half. And then he decides, okay, let's put it in beta version. Let's make this announcement. And so we made the announcement, and then like what, like a month into the announcement, he had made so many changes because people were trying it out, sharing their information, like, hey, can you try this? Hey, can you add this? And it just became this thing that just like literally exponentially grew. I mean, I'm sure it's still a work in progress, obviously, but getting other people involved, getting the community in, it's just such a fun thing to do. Oh yeah, they were talking about that too, so it's thing that they were talking about how like they were hoping for someone to figure out some way to reduce that whole walk back and walk in, that section of the game. Someone saying they did something is nothing compared to being able to show it happen. Oh, absolutely. No, yeah, you have to showcase it, you know. Hey, that's kind of the premise here, Gims, with this content, in my opinion. That's kind of where I based everything. From doing this in the initial bit. I always found this content to be so unbelievable if it was to be accomplished that I had to really literally record everything that I did, because I felt like, hey look, I got Necromancer, and then like I didn't show anyone how. I don't think anyone would really like believe me, right? I just got this title and there's like no proof to it. So I've always believed in the beginning, if I were to get this title, especially when no one had it or barely anyone had it to begin with, I had to give proof to it. I had to showcase the run. You know, you had to see it for yourself, and there would be nothing to dispute about it. And even more so, the whole run, you know? The entire run from beginning to end. Yeah, it's a long-ass VOD, but you can't dispute anything. You can literally see every minute. That's where it all started for me. And I think that concept doesn't necessarily apply to every game mode or every game type. Like, you know, I always talk about like Savage, for instance. I think a lot of people don't... I mean, you know, if you're watching someone live, I'm sure you're gonna enjoy their prog and all that stuff, but when it's on the YouTube, when it's on YouTube and then the VODs, I think a lot of people probably just want to watch the clear, you know? Not necessarily the entire, like, journey upwards. Maybe they will, but I'm sure watching the clear is just more the one that you go for. But this one, I feel like, makes sense to have this whole journey. You cleared P4S week 1! Nice! Tried to help some people get some late week 2s, but congrats on week 1, let's go. Nakuji, hello, how you doing? I don't know. Okay, now the song can change. I enjoyed the song for 6 floors, I'm very happy. We can now change the song. God, I love GDQ, guys. I was so upset that it was over yesterday. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, shit. What the hell am I gonna... I had that on TV, like, all day. What am I gonna watch now? At night, when I'm going to sleep. Oh, GDQ. I need to catch up on some of the runs. I want to go back to the VODs. I was giving it a couple days to see the speedruns that went on. I definitely want to catch up on a lot of them, because, man, it's such a good watch. Oops. Oh, this one. Especially when you try it on your own hand, yeah? With any randomizers, there was Kingdom Hearts 1, that was really good, that was a really good watch. There might have been another one. I feel like there was another one, it's like at the tip of my tongue, but I can't remember what it was. But... Palace next. You know what I was thinking of? that would make it really awesome, but they would never do this, but it would make it really awesome, is if the next update they have the Deep Dungeon, they allow us the ability to enter a seed code for Deep Dungeon. So we can enter, like, let's do seed number 20 or something. And if you enter a seed, you cannot get the title, right? Can't get the title, it's fair. But that would be really cool to equalize runs. So you can do like competitions and stuff where everyone does seed 20 and everyone has the same type of seed. But it's so random, I don't even think it's even seeded. I always thought this was actually seeded, but I don't think it's seeded. But that would be kind of cool to make it equalized, you know? Well, maybe the seed would interact with the maps, maybe not necessarily the chests, right? Because I think if you're gonna race in Deep Dungeon, it's kind of a big advantage if someone gets a 5-room versus a 3-room, right? Or someone gets like a straight line versus not a straight line. Like those type of nuances could definitely affect a run. So if the maps themselves were like generated in certain ways where like they would be consistent via a seed, I think that would be not a bad thing. But that's kind of the tough part about doing like a speed competition for a Deep Dungeon. Is that you're always gonna enter like four runners speeding against each other, always gonna have a different result each time. So like you would kind of take an average. Like there would be a clear favorite of someone doing 3 runs. You'll see an average for sure, but hey, I tried to get Deep Dungeon into GDQ like a year ago. I still want to, but I need to approach it differently. Hey Benji, how you doing? To see a in a month? I know there's other speedrun events, but I don't know. I kind of just enjoy the GDQ one, but I know like RPG Limit exists and stuff. Just got your Bard, Heaven on High clear, says the coder Dan. Congratulations, yo, how did you feel with Bard? I like Bard in here a lot. I've always liked it in Heaven on High. So it was a good run. Palace, of course, is the tricky one. I saw ESA streaming stuff, but I think they're like GDQ, right? GDQ just streams stuff all year? Probably ESA streams stuff all year. I just don't know when their events are. Doing Heaven on High Bard as we speak. Bard is good. I really did I like new Bard. I'm a fan of new Bard. Again, auto healing. Why do this? For V12, there you go. Flight. Use it. Nope, my bitrate's actually good. I just looked at the bitrate games, it's actually normal right now, so it might be on your end this time. Hey Gravity Cap. Just be 160. Hey! Excellent. I am glad you were able to get through that boss. Let's go. Also, Elma Gus, thanks for the follow 2 minutes ago, and McMazza, thanks for the follow. Welcome in, guys. Hello. Good to see you all. We're just strolling around on Summoner Solo, Heaven on High. Onto the snake thing. Yeah, that damn serpent, man. Bahamut, thank you. I got a 7777 Akh Morn. Bug. Yep, you can definitely watch me do it. I did it, actually Bard. Bard would be the most recent me of doing it, where I did the NASCAR strat. Puddle drop. Safety. Like, I'm just saying I need to verify phone chat, but I've been chatting here for months. I think wait, what? What happened there? That's odd. You know what, Games? Discord does that to me sometimes. When I open Discord on my phone, it will tell me, hey, you just have to take a couple steps to chat in this chat. And it's like, it's my Discord. Like, bruh, come on, dude. But it like takes like a second and then it loads. Maybe that might be a thing. You think some type of race on Palace would be interesting, GDQ? So when I first submitted the GDQ to GDQ, Kiamba, I think, and I was talking with Neviatz. Neviatz is a Persona speedrunner, although he plays this game as well. And he kind of gave me a little bit of like tips and stuff. I submitted my 1-100 speedrun in Palace of the Dead, and it was in like 2 hours, like 2 hours 15. And I thought that would be cool, 1-100, alright, that would be sweet. But it's 2 hours and 15 of a lot of the same thing. And so, look, you can complete a whole game in 2 hours, in a 2 hour run, right? So just kind of doing 100 floors in 2 hours may not have seemed as entertaining. So I think maybe what I should have done, or maybe what I can do in the future, is maybe I will do a 1-50, or a 1-10, or a 1-10 Heaven on High, or a 1-30 Heaven on High. Or if the next Deep Dungeon lines up with whatever the next GDQ is, maybe we do something there. So it definitely should probably be a lot shorter. I think I would still want to submit a full run if they think it's cool, but I also think a race would be probably the better way of doing it as well, if we can do a race format. I think that would be cool. But it's still tricky because of the randomness in the RNG. Now, I mean, we have done speedruns before. We did a Heaven on High, I did a Heaven on High speedrun competition for Fate Temperance. A couple of people have tried 1-100 themselves, and there is some consistency you can produce. So, you know, it's possible. You just need, like, kind of constant activity with it. That's kind of the harder part. You had to re-verify recently as well. I have not changed my settings, by the way. My settings are exactly the same. I have not touched anything with Twitch, so... maybe Twitch is just being weird, but I have not touched those settings at all for, like, months. Hey, what's up, Bowie? You don't have to submit, you just don't... Of course, you can... Yes! And that was my problem, Bowie. Because I think the one I tried for was maybe about a year ago, and you could submit literally 3 categories, and I only submitted 1. So I could have done more, I just didn't think that far ahead. But after talking with Neviatz, he kind of helped, he kind of made me kind of think about it a little differently, so in the future. Thanks Bowie, thanks for being up as late as you are. Is there a difficulty list for Palace of Dead, like nearly impossible to get to... Hey Faps, well, people have created tier lists. Like for instance, our buddy Meiji, the goddess of the Bible of Deep Dungeon, she has a tier list on her end. I personally don't like tier lists. I don't quite believe in them, because I do feel like there's still a lot of subjective gameplay that can happen with each run. But certainly, like, you would definitely put, say, something like Astro and Black Mage for sure. At the part where it's like, you know, one of the hardest jobs to get to 200. Dancer can definitely be put in there. Dark Knight certainly a difficult one as well. But yeah, you know, something. Was literally just finishing up some Palace prep. Ooh, let's go, dude. Love to hear it. Oh, this way. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'm just a little bit against the tier list personally, because, like I said, I've just seen so many things when, like, I can say Machinist is one of the best jobs in Deep Dungeon, which it is. It had the most clears in Shadowbringers, but you're still gonna run into people who cannot play Machinist, or who refuse to play Machinist. And you can't tell them they're wrong. I mean, if they don't like to play Machinist, they don't like to play Machinist, right? So essentially, that tier list would not apply to them. They have a different list in their brain. So that's why I don't subscribe to a tier list. Samurai seems fun in these places, lots of damage, feels trickier to manage. Yes. Okay, Samurai, I got back into Samurai, not in Deep Dungeon, but for just leveling it. I mean, it no longer has Merciful Eyes. It used to have Merciful Eyes where if you triggered Third Eye, you would get a heal proc, and you could get, and that's basically equivalent to like a max potion. That was nice. They don't have that anymore. And not to mention it's Merciful Eyes for Palace. It does, I mean, it's okay, but it's not as useful to you as it is in Heaven on High, because you don't really use Kenki as much, I think. But nonetheless, it's still, I think it did get quality of life. I think it's a lot easier to keep your buffs up now, for sure. Like before, it kind of got annoying keeping your buffs up, and I think it's a lot easier now. And it is really just a damage job, like you're just pumping damage out, so that was kind of nice. Tier list will be based on the author's own subjective opinion. It is. Taiyaki. It 100% is. No matter, I mean, you could have a collaborative tier list. Like I'm sure like the tier list that exists for like the raid tier are probably based on FF logs or something like that, but it's still there's still a subjective creation on it. Twitch is working in mysterious ways, like disabling anonymously, randomly mass gifting. Wait, like disabling anonymously, randomly mass gifting subs and tier 2 subs to community for like 50% of the people. Disabling anonymously random mass. Oh, really? Feature Shishui never proc bubs when you hit combat vision. Feels new. Getting the buff from the combos links is yes, and getting it from Mekio is nice too. I think you get that off the bat, right? Because before, that you certainly did not do that before. So Mekio, when you hit the combos, it will just give you the buffs. That did not do that before. So from my understanding, it's that you open with this now. You just open with it, and then you just get all the combos up, where you get all the buffs up, which is very nice quality of life. You get this at 52. That's all you get though. Kenki gauge. You don't get too much. I mean, meditate, but you don't get a. Where's Shoha? Shoha is not till later, so you don't even get Shoha till later. Where's Shoha? Shoha's 80. Yeah. Shoha 2. So it reminds me of the Junebob video. I don't know if you guys saw the Junebob video. That was so funny. Because like you have all the fancy Japanese names, and then you have, you know, meditate and Shoha 2. Okay. Summoner. Ooh. Oh crap. I didn't save my. God damn it! I didn't save my glamour. Hold on. We made a mistake here. I didn't save my new glamour. Oh, I did. Oh, I'm dumb. I thought it was the old glamour, and that's the new one. Did I have the title? I did. Kaden is a 50%. Yes, it is. Thank you. Hey, thanks for shouting out Bowie, by the way. Hell of a man, hell of a streamer. Look, squirrel's back. I got the squirrel back. Well, that is you. Thanks for shouting out, Logan. Appreciate it. Oh. Whoops. Okay. There we go. Gamer. Gamer indeed. I thought this was playing in the game, was confused. You thought this song was playing the game? Pretty hype. Oh, this is my own playlist, so this is my own playlist. I'm actually gonna be changing around my playlist. I'm gonna be experimenting with some of it on Tuesday, and I might make a big master playlist now, with a mix of the JRPG and the Final Fantasy XIV songs all in one playlist. But I'm trying to dodge some of the copyright issues, so I need to test it out first. So I'm gonna test it out Tuesday. Yeah, but wouldn't this be hype if this was an actual Deep Dungeon, man? We'll see what the next Deep Dungeon they decide to do. I want to see what they decide to do. Wait, I actually hit you? I'm a little surprised I hit you. Just loading, this starts playing. I know. Hey Nick, you just got. What'd you get? Yeah, Resort Relic. Congratulations. As a free to play player. Damn, that sounds like a solid accomplishment. Let's go. Congratulations. One said it's so much fun. It's the last comfy set before shit hits the fan. Thing on Sig makes you, yeah, it does. And then you have to like remember that like things get serious on the next floor. Hey, next week, man. 9 days, Nick. You can buy the game in 9 days, all right? 9 days, you can buy the game. It's also when I get to leave Behemoth. And I get to go into a different server on Primal. Get to go to Ultras. Any song that goes Leviathan, Leviathan, Deep Dungeon, I just take the... I actually don't have that song in the playlist, I think. I don't have Eden 3 on the playlist, I think. I think because I just didn't want that song in there. Oops. Oh. How could you? It's stuck in materia hell? Oh shit, you can't- well, I guess you could technically get materia, but that is gonna be like big brain to try to do that without the marking board. Bahamut? Oh my god. I hit the button, he didn't even use the thing. Oh, found treasure room. What am I missing? I'm missing raising. So this is gonna benefit me. Check. Purity. Serenity. Potion. Okay, nothing here. There is one way to get mirror that I've been using. Well, you have to spirit bond, but you have to actually get the correct spirit bond, the correct eye level for spirit bonding, no? Okay, first stage one like done, thought that was the whole thing. Yeah, it's a long process. Long. Even like the Shadowbringer one was so long. Well, I mean, when you were doing it on release, it wasn't that long. Like, you did the first process, and you had to wait for a patch to get the second process, but when you try to tackle it all at once, it really does feel like a long one. Grade 2 is way harder. Oh my god. Yeah, Babas, and I still have those quests open. I'm forever. Well, I mean, I have enough for Palace, for the one from Palace, though. But I do have the Heaven on High one open, so I'm just like slowly farming it right now as we speak, which is kind of nice. So whenever I maybe have this desire to get the relics or go achievement hunting, I already have this step like done, you know, forever. That's right. Yeah, that's why I got a Spirit Bond. That's the only thing I could think of, right? Like, for free-to-play, you can only do it via Spirit Bonding. Yeah, well, your character's level. Damn, dude, you have put some work into that free-to-play, damn. Well, as long as you're having fun, you're ready to go. Alright, off we go. The queues are a lot better now. Well, for now. But I think they are more manageable now. Also depends on the server you're on. Okay, nothing here. This portion. From Leviathan to Shiva. That's a dead end, I'll go this way first. Okay, alterations are set to go. Just need the raising. Let's see. Come on, squirrel, let's go. You're dead. Steal, good. I know it's still early for us, but G Summoner looks like it deletes enemies. Hell yeah, it does. Wait till, definitely once you see, 51, then things will start to kind of get a little bit more normal, but yeah. You feel all so powerful right now. Oops. I thought you'd be dead. 2-shot dead. Oh, it's such a glorious feeling on this job. And I do have strength. It's also strength and frailty, bear in mind. So we are like literally deleting things like 50% plus damage. Yeah. I'm actually going to use that because of the no healing. Akh Morn solos enemy. More at 11. You know, that would be so sick, though. It honestly makes no sense why it's such a semi-short cooldown when you really could just only use it once every minute. You know, it's such a weird cooldown that it has. What's the cooldown? 20 seconds. But then your stance stands for what, 15? It's such a weird number. 20 seconds. Why can't it just be like 30? Or, like you said, like if it was affected by spell speed, it would be something like that. Skip. Let's get the reveal and off we go. I mean, I'm still looking for like one more chest. This is a treasure room? This is a treasure room. Kind of. Oops. That scared the shit out of me. Alteration. Got the strength here. Okay, bronze. Steel. Oh, strength and steel, good. Steel. And the other one was an alteration. Okay. We'll check the chat but then go backwards. Serenity. Actually, let's blow this shit up. Shayla, good morning! What's up, my friend? How are you doing? By the way, shout out to our buddy Shayla. She was streaming earlier. Well, kind of earlier. She and Pin cleared 200, and she got her Dark Knight practice. Good watch. It's good stuff. Yeah, how you doing? How's the sleeps? Was the sleeps good? I wake up, you're streaming. You wake up, I'm streaming. Works out pretty well. Good. I think you got it. You just gotta figure out something with that blood weapon. But I think without the food, it was probably the big difference. Because you would have had that little bit of speed. I'm gonna fortune match slide here. Okay. I think I could have gotten extra Rezo cast, but I started pushing a little earlier. Yeah, did you see it on your VOD, Shayla? It looked like at least the way I time it, it looked like you could have been a GCD earlier. The way it looked like. I mean, your Soul Eater came up right on time, but it did kind of seem like you could have been like a whole GCD earlier. At least from the beginning. What's up, Valen? Hello, thank you, I appreciate that. And this was a Serenity. So we had Leviathan, we had Shiva. Do we get another Primal? Playlist. What do you have to offer today? I mean, it's fine, it's not a Primal. Anyone hungry? Haven't got a chance to watch it, but reflecting when I remember, so that... Okay. Hey, that's what I saw. Like... You're hungry? Get fucked. Point. Well, Worm, hello. Worm dropped his wallet. Ice Cleaver, thanks for the 5 months, I really appreciate it. I don't know if you saw the Worm butt showcase, but he dropped his wallet. One time my first player I'd like to be clear Dancer and Summoner says Osu. I missed that. I slept really well though, probably not enough since I was streaming so late. What time did you go to sleep? It was like 4 o'clock in the morning or something? It's like a normal day for me. I'm doing pretty good. I had a pretty nice Sunday. I got some things done. I got a lot of shit done yesterday. Holy shit, I had so much work done yesterday. Today I got some stuff done. I forgot to do something. Like, I got to like, right before stream, I'm like, oh, I was supposed to do this one thing. I forgot. I was supposed to set up my monk VOD because I put the chat in the clear videos, and I need to reprocess the whole video, so it takes like 7 hours to do it. So I was supposed to do it at the start of the day, and I just forgot, so I can't do it. I'm gonna do it when I finish stream and just sit it overnight. Yeah, that shit takes forever. I still prefer it, by the way, than slapping chat on, like, now. I think it's less clutter. It gives me a good option to decide if I want chat on a video or not. I know you see a lot of streamers, they have chat on their video. I just like the less clutter on the video, and sometimes you never know. Sometimes chat gets weird, so it doesn't get weird here. But I like the control over that. So essentially, if I have a 7-hour video, it takes 7 hours to process it, and you know I gotta let it sit and go. But I do a lot of things here and there, so I can totally burn the time. It's not a big deal. It's just I had to have set that up in the morning, because then it would finish right before I stream, and I just forgot to do it, so now I have to do it overnight. Blow shit up. Summoner is fun, okay? Summoner is fun. Meanwhile, when I'm on Monk, I'm crying. I have tomorrow off, so I'll be able to watch the run. I have a... it is an American... I think it's just an American holiday, right? Meaning, like, I don't think other parts of the world are gonna celebrate it. But, I have, like, a little bit. I have, like, a half day, if you will, tomorrow. So I have a little bit of a shorter day tomorrow. What's up, Lady Mooney? How are you doing? Oop. Through today, yeah. I mean, it's MLK, so it's like an American holiday. I don't think MLK has any impact in Japan. I'm pretty sure that's just us, which is perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with that. What's up, BipTech? So. I think I had a strength, yeah? That's true. Mentor propaganda. Good old mentor propaganda. Got the hubby to finally go into higher heaven on high with boys with you. He was introduced to the Mentega jump. Ooh. Did you then follow up to tell him that that is when the beast tribes come out for the Mentega, that is how they're going to greet you, Lady Mooney? Did you tell him that that's the preview of the beast tribe? Did I not pick up the frailty? Oh. Did I just pop the frailty and not pick it up? Giggles, you gotta get me faster, dude. You gotta catch me faster, man. Sorry, I probably would have used it on the boss anyway. Missed the chance? Hey, that's okay, there's other chances. What's up, Ping? Good morning. I could have pulled something else. Oh well. I'll just put you. Even though I smacked you in my look. Steal? Ooh, I'll just use it now. And a shine. Sweet. Okay. Oh, damn. That's okay. I'm all set up for the boss now. Sorry, music change. Hard cut. Tier any stream, 16 under should be good, or they're easily so but about that. Well, unless you're a free trial player. I mean, if you're a free trial player, you can't sold them. You maybe want to experience them on a free trial. I did 9% with Akh Morn. Holy shit. Nah, Nick said he's been queuing in okay with the free trial. He's been having a blast. Okay, dead. Nice and easy. Alright, 51. Summoner damage is awesome. Yes, and that was only strength. I could have frailty, but then I preferred the frailty earlier, so. The run starts now, by the way. We are now starting the run. We just had a 50 floor pregame. 2 hours of 50 floors. We are now starting the run. Alright, let's go. I mean, we're still strong though. We're still strong. Hey, this is 51, right? Okay, we are in 51. So another 2 hours, last 50. Yep. Short stream, are you ready? Get to sleep early, can set up my video, be great. I like that emote, Osu. Gonna pretend you put this on for you. Oh, it's a good song. Hey, thank the playlist. The playlist is the one that chooses the songs, you know? I want to see what they did with Black Mage buffs. You know, I have a lot of pot shards. Black Mage could be an idea. But I think I might actually want to do a warrior tutorial soon. That actually might happen. A warrior tutorial, how to clear on a warrior kind of thing. Akh Morn. In the 70 ultis, dude. Black Mage stuff won't be until... Oh, you're talking about the further buffs. You know, I still don't believe Black Mage is getting a buff, but you guys have been saying that Black Mage has not been doing too well, so I guess that's true. I keep forgetting that Black Mage was the ones that were mentioned for the future buffs. I haven't played much Black Mage, so I'm just not sure, but true. Treasure. Wait. As a Black Mage, you agree? Yeah, I just haven't played Black Mage like much at all at like 90. Because every time I do like Expert, I'm doing it on Warrior, and I'm just leveling other jobs, so I'm just like not touching Black Mage. Nothing again. I do still like Black Mage a lot. Hey, if you guys say it needs a buff, then I'll believe you. I'm not about to presume anything. People think Black Mage isn't doing well if it's not the best GPS in the VOD game. Well, correction. If Yoshida doesn't think it's the best DPS job in the game, it's not doing well. Not gonna argue. So guarantee Black Mage is getting a buff. I wonder where it's gonna be. Paradox will do 1k now? Paradox will do 1k now, guys. Paradox means ahoy. Can you not walk in my path, please? Jesus. All of these are sound, by the way. This looks scary. It looks scary. But as long as we're RP walking, they don't even know we're there, man. No idea that I'm there. As long as we are RP walking. No, they can addle. We talked about they can addle. And they could hug your nearest party member. I mean, who can really hug your nearest party member? Well, I guess Monk could. And Sage could. Oh, I could have had the GCD. Oops. Oopsies. Frailty. That doesn't actually mean buff, it means that they're going to adjust the job, keeping in mind they're difficult to play. Oh, thanks, Shayla. Shayla, the expert translator. Let's go. I was streaming my Heaven on High run to my friends that don't play 14. I had to explain what RP walking was. Don't they do it in real life? What? Don't you RP walk in real life? Might actually be that. Yeah, that could be true. It isn't like it could also mean like a fun like a toolkit change as opposed to a potency change, right, Shayla? Like that kind of is what you're getting at. Like maybe you get an adjustment to an ability that makes it a little bit easier, as opposed to it being like, you know, Fire 4 doing, you know, 500 more potency or something. It means it's possible to buff it. Gotcha. What do they nerf it? Yeah, they'll nerf it so they make people's decisions to play the job easier by like not playing it. That's a way to do it. Am I trying to tell you that human beings are an overhyped thing? Human beings are overhyped. Yeah. Imagine talking to humans. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me. Hey, Cruz Hollywood, thanks for gifting a sub. Out to the community, I really appreciate that. Ooh, I shouldn't have casted that. Oops, we've made a mistake. Guys, we made a mistake. Kill it! Good job. Good job. I mean, oh, versus what? How is Y'shtola's? Is Y'shtola's Black Mage any better? I mean, she casts Foul all the time, but only hits one target. Oh well. What is that other chest? I don't remember. I'm never going to remember. I'm gonna have to aggro this a bit. You're still a best Black Mage because of Kitty. So you're setting Kitty buff. Break? I mean, it's the same as having, like, Deep Freeze in here, too, right? AKA Blue Mage. Well, Amber's called it right there. Oh, I have no items. Ooh. Well, I still have steel for X amount of time. In half your HP. Okay. Okay, I thought that was 2 per second. Okay, why not potion, right? I mean, that works too, I guess. Bahamut. Naga no longer exists on this playing field. It just vanished into thin air. Black Mage is not overly complex. Like, actually now it's a little bit more complex, but it certainly was pretty straightforward in Shadowbringers, in my opinion. Dragon vs. Flying Eye easy. Oh, it's another treasure room. Man, fuck it, I'm out of here. I'm not gonna deal with that shit with no items. It's simpler now. You know what confuses me is like just the Thundercloud. I haven't played it that much, Zally, so I still have to have time on it. But like where I need to use Thundercloud now and how I do on my thing, it's just. And also I'm like I keep challenging myself to basically never use triple cast, even though like I have 2 charges. I find it like this personal victory when I can get through a fight and I never use triple cast, so I get weird about it. But I probably could optimize it so much better, but yeah. I just haven't spent enough time in it. I've spent way more time on Warrior right now than I have on Black Mage, which kind of feels bad. But Warrior, I mean tank, healers, I get more access to things faster, I don't have to wait for queues. Oh, I have 2 dots on me, that's not a good thing. I could actually mitigate that a little bit. Yeah, so like 2 dots broke my shield in like 2 ticks. You gonna get out of bed? Alright. Don't hurt yourself. Oop. I'm a tank main now. Well, not really. I mean, I've done a lot of tank stuff here, right? So that's fair. But I haven't really done content, so it doesn't really count. No, I don't have a 90 heal. Well, I technically have a 90 healer on my Aether now. But I don't gear Scholar, so that's not gonna happen. My Sage is gonna climb soon. My Sage is 87. That's gonna hit 90 soon. Because I'm just gonna farm Katissus and just get to 90 that way. This song? Pretty good song. I got a Naga coming. Oh, that's a warrior joke. That's true. Healer main warrior. Yeah, it's true. That is true. This song really amped up the anxiety when it played during the game, but listening to it after is good. I think I enjoyed the song more outside of the dungeon than I did in the dungeon. Oh, well, if you go by the naming scheme, I guess, but I don't really look at it the naming scheme, it's just the way the rotation works out. You hit 1 button until you hit 4, you hit 1 to bridge it because 4 doesn't refresh. You get Fire 3, Fire Starter, which kind of is a free cast for movement or to keep your stuff. Yeah, it's, you know, for me, it flows nicely. I like it. I've always liked it, but I've always liked Black Mage because of the challenge too. Like Black Mage to me is always challenging to get right, so I've always loved that. Well, I mean, Catman, like, there was a rotation, if I remember correctly, that they called the Paradox rotation, where like it's just straight up you just keep hopping out of stances and just casting Paradox, and it actually does good damage. It's like a literal meme rotation, but it's fine. Middle sections for anxiety. True. Good change. And you're right about that. That was a whole anxiety-inducing section of the game. There's a lot of meme rotations? Damn. That's cool to hear. I just go with the standard, whatever I did in Shadowbangers rotation. Wait for the shot. Go. Serenity. You drop the chest. Alright, I'm gonna go back for that chest. I don't think I can get anything further. Take a sun to your face. It has, well, I think for me, for Black Mage, it was Xenoglossy and Foul. Because it sounds like you just nuked something, right? I love the sound of Foul and Xenoglossy. You can completely skip casting Fire 4 and do close to normal damage, and it's pretty funny. That sounds pretty hilarious. And I think your mobility is really high too, right, Zally? If you do the paradox rotation, like you have a pretty high mobility. That's why you have high fire 2, is that what the spell is called? High fire 2? You have to use high fire 2. Okay, that works. GG. Still looking for my raising that I don't have. So I'm actually exploring all the rooms right now, because I need that raising. Oh, whoops, I overtapped. My bad. That, by the way, what I just did to that centaur, that is what I hope I can do in PvP. It brings back some memories for me in Heaven's Ward. I hope when they adjust Summoner for PvP, that is what I can do in PvP. If they do adjust it. Maybe they don't, but I want to do that in PvP now. Just implode something. Everything is good, is going not good theme. That's a way to put it, yeah. I'll respect content today. Yeah, I know a lot of people who just they look at Black Mage, they just don't get it. And that's fair. I mean, Black Mage is complicated, to be fair to what Ethereal is saying, it is complicated. And it is not for everyone. I mean, if you don't get it, you don't get it, which is fair. But for me, I never have found it complicated. Ooh, I hit 2 of you. Oops. And one I did in Akh Morn. I was threading that needle way too much. I was playing around with 90 Black Mage. I have no healing. That is a treasure room. I'll just do it here. And I found the exit. And I found a magic site. I'm gonna just do that. I think I understand the paradox makes it so you're basically barely ever casting Blizzard 3. I use paradox to to basically get back onto Umbral if when I'm in Umbral Ice, I have to cast. I feel like I'm casting so much shit there Like, I could do my Xenoglossy twice, and then I do, like, Thundercloud proc, and then I get my thing up, and then by that time, like, I'm running out of time, so I do Paradox to keep the buff going. And then I finish off anything else that's happening, and then we go to Fire. That's kind of how I've been using it right now. Bard is more complicated to you? Bard is just maintaining those songs, that ever since Celine told me the rotation for those songs, it's been so useful. At least the songs I have in order. Now getting everything else in check is different, but understanding that song timing was so key to me, like, just breaking Bard down. This run has been, like, you should have been scoring type of run, Jason. Like, we've been getting so many Magicites this run, it's actually crazy. I should have been doing a high score in this run. You got out of bed with a cup of tea. Nice. I didn't have my tea today. I had bubble tea today. But I didn't have my usual green tea. Which I kind of want, but I'm not going to drink it now. I'll do it tomorrow. When I hit the point where I just hit buttons and not have to look at the bar. I just play the job more. You have bubble tea so much. Do you call it... So in Japan, Chayla, is it bubble tea or is it boba? Because I feel like here, more people know it as boba than they do bubble tea, but where I live, it's always bubble tea. Basically, everywhere else I go, it's boba. Like, out of state, it's always boba. But here where I am and in the city, it's always bubble tea. Which is fine, I don't care, as long as you know what I'm talking about. In Australia, it's bubble tea. Booba tea. Oh. You didn't know. Oh, steal. Actually, that's a good one. There was a funny video I saw recommending a guy in Amsterdam with a sign, if I can't speak your language, you get a phone. Oh. He knew like 80% of Spanish, is nice. Like could hold a conversation language? I guess that would be the thing, right? If you can hold a conversation. Problem boba. It's called tapioca. Well, I mean, it is tapioca. I mean, I guess that's the direct translation. I mean, that is what it is. But I think it's probably more just advertising, right, Shayla? You know, it's like air fryer. Like selling an air fryer. It's like the same thing. It's just wording. The way they use their words. That's all it is. Yeah, because I mean that is what the bubble. That's what the bubble is. I mean you don't just look at it and call it bubble. Let me eat some bubbles. That's not what you're eating. You're eating tapioca. Yeah. Bubble tea in UK. It's funny I posed that question out there because I was essentially referring to like what the Americans talk about it, and then I immediately remembered like this is like a 50-50 split on like people living in America and like people living everywhere else. Which by the way is the coolest chat ever, not gonna lie. I always forget that. Oh, I just missed Death Blur. I always forget that's a thing. They don't say boba or bubble tea, tapioca. Tapioca milk tea. Sounds about right. It's so cool. It's just because the content, honestly. I think I made this point before, like, I think other streams, because they are community-based, well, a lot of streams are community-based, but they might be server-based, so you're gonna do things on their server, you know, like Crystal server, Aether server, so on and so forth, unless the streamer goes to another server, you know, on their choice. Essentially, you're attracting people from those servers, but here, we are not bound by servers, because we don't do anything really, like, together, so I don't care where you're from, we essentially do everything together on our own pace. True, Nick, that's true. Probably shouldn't be here considering it's 4 AM, but Summoner Vibe's good. Hey, look, Otsu, you do what you gotta do, man. I hope it's worth your time, that's all I hope. Oh, my Bahamut's up. Miruku's milk? Is that what milk is? Miruku? Sounds actually pretty funny. Oh, I didn't Akh Morn. Oops. I gotta kill something. Hold on. Come here. There we go. I heard Lonely Foon that this was, I think, Denmo who posted this, and I guess you're on the JP server, so you can confirm it. I heard that on the JP servers, some of the PF don't do damage until they finish mechanics, and then they do damage. Is that true? Do they do that? Because that sounds awesome. Oh, god damn it. Wrong button. Okay, well, I don't even know what I just hit. I hit like 12 buttons. I don't know what just happened. Chest is over there. Not exactly, just prefer safer strats even if they end up being downtime strats. Gotcha. Maybe some PFs do it, .jpg, right? Maybe there are PFs that actually do that, but they don't do don't do damage until they do mechanics. I'm sure like it exists. I guess maybe it's not the majority. But then to be said, I think the point in which the tweet was making was that you probably would never see that on an NA server. You'll probably never find a singular PF who will be like, hey, we're gonna do mechanics, don't worry about damage. I don't think that'll happen. I mean, even though I'm like very, you know, ignorant to PF, I'm pretty sure you're not gonna see that here. One of these was a conceal. Kylier! Hey Kylier, been a minute, how you doing? How's Endwalker for you? I bet they're still doing caster metal lane. You know what? You might be right. Just 1, 2, 3. Yeah, well, I mean, groups will do it for sure, but I mean, like, PF is a different animal. What's up, Lord, by the way? Oh my god! My parse! Don't hurt my parse! You know, you guys, you know, if I ever did PF, ever, you guys would probably like me, because I only care about the win. I don't care, dude, I don't have ACT install, I don't care what my damage is, I just care that we win. You want me to off tank? You want me to pure heal forever? I got you, dude, as long as we're winning, I don't care. Why do you give me this combination? God, I fucking hate this game. Forces me into Serenity, have to do the safety. Endwalker going well, enjoying it quite a bit. I've been pretty well, Kylier, thanks for asking. Busy, but it's been going pretty well. I totally didn't get petrified for the last 9 floors. No, that's not me. We didn't make that happen. This is why you only do the old raids? I don't even do raiding at all. I went back to Heaven on High stuff after that. Yeah, it's fair. Yeah, that's fair, dude. Back to the comfort zone where no one yells at me and I can do what I want. Oh, well, I got 2 of them, so I guess I'm gonna use one of them. How does this feel? Hey, get fucked, dude. How's that feel, bitch? I wonder what happens if, like, I almost feel like maybe that person also thinks that, like, when he inter-releases in Vengeance, he would do additional damage, and, like, what would happen if you break the news that it doesn't work anymore? Like, will he be, like, really sad or something? Because that was a thing, right? That was one of the strats we used in Heaven on High, was when you got to a monk, you would make sure you line up inter-release with Vengeance because you'd blow up a monk because he would just triple threat into all your into your entire buff, which is great. You parse in Sistasha. Damn! Are you rank 1 yet? Real game is parse in Deep Dungeon? Some do actually, which is pretty cool. Do you parse? Oh, you know what? I had Cape Westwind. I think I had Cape Westwind today. And I was thinking in my brain, man, wouldn't it be funny if someone dropped markers? And someone dropped markers. It was just a clusterfuck of markers on the ground. I'm like, yes, let's fucking go. Like, they had it saved, too! All 8 markers on the ground. 1 button, 8 markers on the ground. Fantastic. Count Norris.
5 months Angelus Mimikabongo animate.
Thank you for the continued sub. What's up, Count? How you doing, man? How's it up north? Buttons? Okay, we got it. I might actually have to, like, heal myself. Oh, Akh Morn, Akh Morn, Akh Morn. That'd be embarrassing if I missed Akh Morn. Our 1 week of warm is starting Tuesday, so I'm enjoying it. Damn, it's been cold here, but... I feel like, ever since knowing you, Count, and also Celine, I feel that I am incapable of complaining it's cold here, because you will always be like, well, it's colder here, bitch. It's like, yeah, that's true. I can't compete to -30 without the wind chill. So I feel like I can never complain about cold anymore, it's just not happening. I mean, it sucks, but it's just like... shit, dude. Somewhere it's colder. It's been too long since I was part of the Sprout Cape Westwind troll. I've gotten it twice on, like... I get, like, Cape Westwind, like, once a week for a trial. It's great. Easy game. Cold is all personal anyway, some people used to... For me, Count, I know you're Celsius, but for me, cold... I am cold when it's like 60 and below. Like 60 degrees Fahrenheit, I'm cold. I don't like the... I mean, I don't particularly enjoy the cold. 60 Fahrenheit is 54. There you go. Thanks, dude. I think I dodged the snow. We're getting wind and rain in my area. Like, they were saying we might have gotten snow, but I don't think we're getting snow. We're just getting a lot of rain. Which is fine for me. I like snow, but I don't like having to shovel snow, and I have things to do tomorrow, so it would have meant I would have had to shovel snow. Which feels bad. Alright, outfitted. You're gonna get a foot or more? Yeah, the way the system is hitting me, all the snow is west of me. So we're getting, like, the east part of it. So we're getting the rain part of it. So no snow for me. At least I think so. He's actually on a rotation. Yeah. Get a nice layer of ice that melted and will free. Oof. So black ice, ahoy. Don't slip and fall. This thing is on a 1-minute rotation. What is Cape Westwind? Is that... Yeah, okay, chat gotcha. Yeah, Cape Westwind was like the first raid battle that you do, the 8-man. But it's a bit of a... It's kind of a funny meme, because you do finish that battle very fast. So like pretty much anytime you run it now, you're basically just obliterating that fight. It's not even a challenge. I did that fight when it was a challenge, kind of. You saw all like you saw mechanics and stuff. It was great. Not anymore. Yeah, this isn't a 1 minute rotation. Wish we could have gotten a lot of snow. Snow is nice, but not when you have to actually deal with it. That's when it's not nice. Okay. Still missing a reason. I hear the rain outside. People troll big streamers by hyping it up so much, put waymarkers markers down, and pretend the fight has been as mechanics. Oh, I imagine, of course. But I think that's not a bad thing. I think that's a nice joke. I think honestly you should do that to any streamer. The fight's over in 10 minutes. The fight's over in like 10 seconds. I mean, it's not gonna hurt them, right? It's a lot better than like spoiling the story to them. Like you'd rather like, you know, spoil it incorrectly. You know, that's a better feeling. At least you're not ruining the experience for the dude, right? So that's not I don't find that a bad thing. I think it's just hilarious. I think sometimes I was in some of the chats for some of the WoW streamers when they were going through the story. I think a lot of the chat, especially because some of them were probably 14 community members, they're pretty good. They're pretty nice to the streamer for the most part. I mean, you do get like the one bad person or something, and usually the mods are pretty good about it, but for the most part, like the collective is pretty damn good about not spoiling, getting onto the meme jokes that you have in the game. So I think it overall it works out. I don't know, is he on Twitch yet? Did anyone get him on Twitch yet? You know Anthony Bourdain, bless his soul. Someone has a channel that shows his show like 24/7. If you go to the food and drink category, there is a channel that is just showing his shows 24/7. And I only know this because I was one time looking at the category when like our buddy Recipe Reborn was streaming, and I was joking to her that she actually had more viewers than Anthony Bourdain. Do I like blue? No, I hate it. I like your name. My Gunbreaker, when I first did even use Super Bowl Light to make it look like they got destroyed, I was a spread and they didn't know. Oh my god. See, that's brutal. I did accidentally Super Bowl Light one time when I was Gunbreaker tank. I was so I was like so apologetic. I'm like, bro, I did not mean to do that. I fat fingered that thing. Sorry. Sup, Sty? Alright. Let's go in. Let's take C1 plus. I do want to take this opportunity, by the way, guys. I want to try to mention this at least twice a night. 2 weeks ago, we did a giveaway for Epic Desk, and we are partnered with the awesome company Epic Desks. And if you guys are looking for desk mats, definitely give their website a check. And you can use my code under my name. But the two awesome viewers who got their desk mats love their mats, and they're really good. So definitely keep it in mind if you want to do that. We are partnered with them. We might be partnering with other companies in the future potentially, but that is the first one we're with, and they are a fantastic company. So definitely give them a look. All right, let's go. Well, I put on my hotbar for Gunbreaker on Primal, I had my AoE on 0 and 9. So like my first combo AoE was 0. My second combination was 9, and my Super Bolide was 8, which is not very that's not very logical, but I still had it there. Because I had it there for Heaven on High, because I would not AoE in Heaven on High, so I just put it on a random button. I never changed it. But yeah, that's what happened, so I accidentally hit it. This is actually a pretty nice view right here. I like this. Take a screenshot. Okay. Okay, let's go. I still have 2 racing. I guess we're just gonna keep getting petrifies. Okay, well that's fine with me. Maiko Kitten, thanks to follow. Hold on. I gotta go this way. It sucks because my sprint is down. I'm not out of here. I'm not gonna get there. Let me just pick up the stuff and then we'll continue. By the time my Bahamut's gonna be back up again. Check this chest. The other one is intuition, so I'll leave it alone. Oh, god damn it! There's another petrify. I had 2 petrifies this floor. It's fine. It's just funny. You know what? I'm just gonna. If I have to fight something else, then I'll just use the other one. If I don't have to go back. Oh, I gotta fight something else. Alright, I'm gonna go get the petrify and then we'll go. It's because I had to walk back to get the petrify. That's why it sucked. You know how much time that takes to walk all the way over here to get that petrify? It's a lot of effort. Did I kill all 3? Hell yeah. Yes, I think night vision, this is where I'm going to be curious to see what other people have to say. Now, I am still favoring red mage. I am biased to red mage. But I feel like if, let's take 20 people. 20 people take red mage, 20 people take summoner. I think a majority of them will like summoner better right now. That's what I feel like. I think summoner will overshoot red mage. It won't overshoot machinist, but it might get close. It will get like right under it. So I think you'll probably start to see machinist, summoner, red mage. In my opinion. Hearing noises outside. Never a good thing when you hear noises outside. I know there's a lot of wind right now. Had a summoner do 180 bursts? Was it comfy? Actually, you know what's funny? JCN analyzed my video. I actually made a big mistake above us. I had Titan Shield up in the initial bit of the fight. And as I did the burst, I did one of my summons. But the summon was late because the summon had to get to Behemoth. So what happened was Behemoth actually got a hit on me before he started Ecliptic Meteor. And what I did realize at the time was he did hit me and he dropped my shield. He basically cut my entire shield out. And I apparently only had 10 HP of shield left. So I ate the first meteor like straight up and I didn't have a shield. I just super potion and I survived with a super potion and sustaining. That's it. So like the shield was not necessary. And you basically do the burst like machinist. So Machinist was you die in the third if you do healing shot, and you're pretty much doing healing shot on Summoner, so it's like the same thing. He's hit all the buttons, and it's less intensive, I think, versus Machinist in terms of 180, because you don't have that many double weaving, you just have a lot of single weaves. So it does make that experience maybe a little bit better for some people. It is pretty much a straight away thing. It was pretty comfy, I think. At least the one time I did it, with mistakes too. Mugens, thanks to follow up. Okay, I better not be stingy on my heals. I really need to make sure I do the heals correctly. Give me this D. I thought Bahamut for a second was an Onryu. Got scared. But yeah, I would say Summoner might put itself on the level of Machinist, maybe a little bit better, but pretty similar to Machinist. I didn't check this chest, right? Because I aggroed. My ears itchy. Oh, that was the Affluence, which I use in Affluence. It's another one. Do you think with Warrior changes it becomes way more comfy? You survive an extra meteor. So by default it is technically comfier, but it's not... It's still hard. Like, it's still gonna be a hard fight. Oh god. Kill it, please. Okay. I'm gonna steal now. That was a little risky on that one. I had a Swift sleeve just in case, but I was pushing it a little bit too far. And I was also panicking on whatever else I had left for damage. Like, I probably missed the G-City for my Bahamut. So spicy. I usually use a steal through this set anyway, so the steal use was probably gonna happen, but yeah, except when I'm stuck in a hallway against an Onryu, then it's not so good. For DPS, I don't frailty, only because you kill pretty fast. So I do open with a strength steal typically, but I did not use the strength because we got through the first floor with a petrify. But a steal was destined to happen. If I did not aggro the seedling directly after I did the Onryu, I would have tried to continue fighting without a steal. I would have probably waited for Bahamut and then did the burst, but I aggroed the seedling right after, so I needed to mitigate, and that's okay. So it's usually a steal up here at 61, and then you just get as far as you can, and then try not to use one anymore unless you get extra. Pretty much like my go-to play there. That's true. With a ranged DPS, that would be the only exception. I think Summoner, I'm not quite comfy yet on this job to consider no steal. Really? Two patrol coming down my back. There we go. Okay. I mean, I was actually pretty lucky to get through that Onryu without anything, but that was with my full burst. So if I did not have Bahamut up on that Onryu, it would have been very, very... I probably wouldn't have done it to begin with. The reason why I was okay with aggroing that Onryu was because I had Bahamut ready to go. Actually, what I was considering too was to open with a strength and not steal, and then rely on the damage of Summoner to get me through this section of 61, because I can probably kill it fast enough before it becomes a problem. That makes sense. But because I got through that first floor, I decided just to hold on this strength. Of course, then we ran into that Onryu, etc., and then the rest is history. you're gonna aggro. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's good. How much of the honorary damage is bleed? Most of it. That's why you just mentioned Bard. I saw you mention Bard. That's why Bard is superior here, because you can set up a shield from Peon prior to a pull, and then you could cleanse the next one if the timing is right. And yeah, a vast majority of the damage is from the bleed. The bleed essentially is negating your regen potion. So it's like you're not taking regen at all. That's why it sucks. Double Mimic also sucks, which means I'm gonna have to sit on this box. Almost dropped the Mimic though, not bad. Honor you, boss? Oh my god. Please no. Damn it. She had tentacles. You know, it worked out though, Jason. Give me something good. I'll take it. Oh, I'll take that too. Alright, pray for no items. If I get no items, I'm fucked. Usually I just look at my health and panic when I'm a machinist. You offer kiting. Not everyone's good at kiting. You know? That's the whole thing why, again, I was talking earlier about tier lists and how I don't do tier lists. Not everyone is going to be good at everything, so you can't assume that, like, oh, machinist is the best, so you have to take that job. It's like, well, what if someone just can't play that playstyle, you know? Then what? You can't force someone to play a certain way if they can't play that way. It's not how it works. That's why Black Mage I think is one of the biggest jobs that creates that type of feeling, right? There are people who are gonna love Black Mage like myself, and there are people who are literally gonna never touch Black Mage in their life because they just can't play that job. Oof. Dancer is rough. Dancer is rough for sure. Summoner should just be able to summon a primal every floor to wipe it. Yeah, then it'll actually be like, you know, an actual summoner for once. In Deep Dungeon, it's very interesting, Tim, in Deep Dungeon. I actually kind of want to get back into it soon, but I just have other things on my plate. But I actually did enjoy the Heaven on High run specifically. But I do have to do it in Palace at some point, and I'm kind of dreading that one. Well, my potshots for Palace are not bad. I'm gonna get down to like 80, I think, when I get back on Bard. But Sephiroth, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. There was 2 Serenities, I think. Okay. But yeah, so it just destroys my postures, but it's a nice challenge. You don't have as much fun as on melee jobs, so I avoid them. That's fair. That's completely fair. That's why, man. We're all different. Imagine being unique. That's cool to say. You know, a lot of people ask me in the initial bit of Endwalker, hey, are you gonna release a tier list for Endwalker? I'm like, I never did one, so probably not. Everyone wants it. Everyone's like, oh, not everyone, but a lot of people want a tier list out of me, and I'm like, I'm not gonna give you a tier list. You can look at Meiji's tier list, but not mine. I don't have one. Average potion use Vara. We always put it between, and this is pretty accurate too. We do put it between 400 to 500, specifically Heaven on High. 400 to 500. I actually did a video. Do I have the? Not sure. Hey! So I did a video on both potsherd farming in Heaven on High and Palace. But what I actually did for the Heaven on High one was I took my initial clears of all the jobs that I did, and this was when I had the Omni clear, so this actually covers every job outside of Sage and Reaper. And I took the number of how many I used for the initial clear, not like re-clears or whatever, because re-clears I'm optimized, so we're talking like first time clears. And pretty much the average was between 300 and 600. So we say 400 to 500 because it's a good middle ground to start with. It also assumes that you'll probably go back in. You'll probably get some potsherds along the way. You get some potsherds along the way and replenish if you're getting to those higher floors. So it's a good number to have. Oh my god. Shades of Blue dye? Right now I did change this to Dragoon Blue, so Dragoon Blue is top tier for me. Which I actually want to change my Bluebot, my Raptor Bluebot to Dragoon Bluebot, because I actually don't use Raptor Blue anymore. I only use Dragoon Blue. So it's actually an inaccurate bot. I need to change the name. That reminds me to do that. Can we agree that they need to put the guaranteed potsherd? Yeah. Maybe they'll change it. I don't know. Yeah, Dragoon Blue is just a better blue to me. Raptor Blue is always the one I went to, but now it's always Dragoon Blue. Do I have flight up already? You want them I'm against them selling it personally, Chila, but that was the thing that most people wanted. If they make it happen like that, I'll deal with it, but I kind of prefer it not to be sellable. I'd prefer a universal one though. I'd like a universal one. Like one potsherd that does apply to... Oh, I don't have abilities. One potsherd that does apply to all three. So you can farm them... So like, you can farm Heaven on High potsherds, but then they apply to Palace potsherds. That would be fantastic. Yeah, I think rich people will have too much of an advantage on a world first attempt. Like, after the fact, you know, like, once everyone's done with the world first and stuff, like, that's okay, but imagine if you can buy them off the bat for the next deep dungeon. Sorry, but I'm gonna have a massive advantage over all of you, because I have too much Gil and Aether, so I can buy out every single potsherd available. While someone who is starting the game or may not have Gil is literally gonna be fucked, because I'm gonna be able to buy, like, hundreds and hundreds, and you can't buy one, because I'm gonna keep the prices up. It's just, that's just how it would be. Like, that makes logical sense. So. Like, you would want a world first race to be basically only on pure skill. Now, I know rating kind of can cross over to some of that discussion. Like, well, you need crafters for the world first, but, like, I think all the top raiders already have that established, right? That's well established already. That's just a thing. You have to know it, so you can prep like literally months in advance. But something like this, like, you know, like, I don't think you can prep anything for the next deep dungeon at all. And then if you rely on something that is going to be buyable by a guild, then I guess you can prep Gil. But do they say EW is going to have? They are planning on a coil. They sounded pretty confident that we will get one. So it's very likely. Now, one thing that you want to look forward to, it seems like, end of February. Because they seem to be announcing a whole bunch of stuff end of February. Like, they're pushing that date right now. And they did say in an interview, like one of the interviews to Asmongold and Rich, they said in that interview to look forward to the first live letter post Endwalker. Because they might make an announcement then. So something to keep in mind. So that might be the first live letter. But it is a very strong possibility we'll see one. In addition, I don't know if they're gonna do a Boja-like area. I haven't heard of anything like that. I don't know if anyone asked about it. Like, maybe people asked about it and that was it, but I mean, I was just focusing on whatever they mentioned Deep Dungeon, so that's all I know. That's all that's in my head. No. Based on, like, what the jobs can do, extra code, well, first and foremost, Heaven on High, it's already a tank meta in Heaven on High, right? That's just undeniable. Gunbreaker had the win in Shadowbringers. I can't dispute that. They just had the most clears. I think Warrior will be top dog for next Deep Dungeon. Now I'm gonna go Red Mage. Like, you can bet money that I will go red mage for my first clear. I will get the title on red mage. But that will not be any indication of what could potentially be the best job. I think warrior will be top dog. Oh, thank God I have only 30 seconds left. Okay, actually, you know what I'm gonna do? Is I'm actually gonna wait a second. I'm gonna wait for this pox to go, because if this explodes, I might lose too much HP, so I'm gonna actually hold. Hey, RC! Have I ever seen the Accursed Troid on Trap? Yep. The intuition beams, Duke. Now, I would need more evidence to really call this a fact, but I'm pretty much sure that the intuition beams can share trap spawns. So wherever the intuition can be, there could also be a trap spawn. So like, if you want to consider those icons like in a similar category, they'll basically just have similar spawn situations. So okay, I want to move quickly here because I only have 1 minute of steel left. So to make the most of this, I actually was supposed to put on my stupid buff and I forgot. So fuck me. Look, I mean, warrior right now can get to the treasure map portal for the new map thing like solo. So I mean, that's already crazy as it is. Like, I don't think any other job could pull that off. I don't even think any other tanks can pull that off. No. You know why? Because you have 5 minutes to kill those enemies solo. Unless you're gonna produce more damage in warrior, which I don't know how that works out. Maybe you do. You have 5 minutes to kill those enemies after you open the treasure chest. That's tough. I've been trying it on warrior, and you just make it in like under 20 seconds. Like 20 seconds remaining, you are clearing those enemies. Not to mention, clemency is a GCD cure, right? So you have to spend a GCD to heal yourself, and that's just loss of damage. Don't want to go to work tomorrow, but class? Oh man, sorry to hear. Also, you know, I get your vibe. I got like a half day tomorrow, so it's not as long, but I know what you mean. I can't see shit. That's funny. I just like literally blinded myself. If this is a mimic, okay. I don't know why I'm checking chests. I mean, I do need the raising. Cheeks out. Hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. I've been treasure hunting solo. Yes. I got 1 portal today. I only got to the third level. I've been doing it for shits and giggles, essentially. There are 3 patterns to the map right now. I just picked up the witching ring. There are 3 patterns that you can get to the map. There's one that is 4 enemies. And I can do that in time easy. There's one where it's 1 big-ass enemy, and the big-ass enemy eventually spawns ads. I can do that literally just in time. And then there's another one that spawns 3 things in 3, like 3, 3, and 3. I can't do that one. I don't have enough DPS for that. That's with the chocobo out. So like, if it's the 4 enemies on warrior, and I'm 580 on warrior by the way, fully, like I'm 580 on warrior, so I kind of have decent gear. I can do the 4 enemy spawns without my chocobo in time. If I get the singular boss enemy that spawns ads later, I have to have my chocobo out. Otherwise, I do not meet that DPS check. And then I still haven't figured out how to do the other one yet, because it's because they spawn, you know, one after the other. I just can't keep damage that high. GSAT, hello, how you doing? I did, I've only gotten the portal twice so far in this expansion, trying. I've only gotten to the 3rd chamber solo. I don't have steel. Okay, I'll pull you down. Well, like, for me, I kind of feel like I need to validate a solo attempt if I don't have the chocobo out, so if I can help myself, I'll try not to use the chocobo, but in this instance, like, it's just not happening without chocobo. Hey, Southerner. I changed Legacy controls, I'm never going back. Welcome to the club. Legacy's good, man. I corrupted you? Well, yeah, I mean, if you're doing this content, I've certainly corrupted you. I've corrupted a lot of people in this content, so, I mean, high five. it's literally what I do. I corrupt people. Yo, Metho, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. And Zanfal, hey, thanks for the resub. 3 months. Ooh, let me listen to this message. If it's ever gonna come up. The fuck? Hey, bot.
It feels good to be able to support you again. Currently doing a Reaper Necro attempt. It's a nice change of pace from MCH.
Hey, yo, Zanfel, thanks for the message. Hold on a second, I gotta kill this Ochu. Oops, double oops. Currently doing Reaper for Necro. Nice change. Yeah, it is. It's a big change of pace. It's a completely different job. I hope you're liking it. That experience is gonna be huge too. The machinist experience will carry over to your Reaper, so that's what's really nice. Pulled 4 enemies in Heaven on High. 12. I got wrecked as Summoner. Well, I mean, you're Glass Cannon, Duke. As long as you kill them before they kill you, everything's okay. But, you know, if you're not, then you're in trouble, man. Surprisingly relaxing. Show my... Oh, yeah. Well, the 190 is always the concerning one, of course. Gotta worry about that 190 boss. Did it drop a chest? It did. Okie dokie, I need to go back. I can almost speedrun this, it's pretty funny. Let's pull Flower Lady, because Flower Lady is blocking me from the end zone. I need to farm potsherds though, because I have 0 potions. But I was trying to save to get some early XP. That's fair. Hey, look, you know, Duke, you were limit testing. You were limit testing. And I could tell you certain situations, but in essence, you have to figure out if you can handle it yourself. Maybe you can handle more than I could, right? You were limit testing, it's all good. Oh, there were like 2 fake exits right in front of me, they're gone. Okay, I'm gonna navigate until Bahamut's up, and then we'll blow something up, and then we'll navigate again. That is how we're gonna play this right now. Hey! Alright, let's just check the chest then. What class is good for Heaven on High? Thinking about soloing it? Tanks are definitely the favorite, Metho. You're watching Summoner right now, so I mean you can just kind of see how you feel. I personally like Summoner, I have a lot of fun, although your defense is, you know, interesting. But the favorite in Shadowbringer was Gunbreaker. Warrior, I really like Warrior. We just took it in twice, and we've cleared twice in it already. Great feel on that, especially with the updates. But hey, I mean, if you have a job that you consider your main Metho, I mean, all the jobs have cleared Heaven on High first and foremost, right? Now, the rate in which you're gonna succeed could vary depending on the job, but hey, if you're really good on a specific job, you might want to try that out first and see how you feel. Or check out some of the VODs. We do have a lot of VODs. If you ever want to check it out, I do have a YouTube channel, so you can definitely check it out. But if you want to see any of the runs themselves, definitely give it a look, give it a try. Something is gonna be in your wheelhouse, I am sure of that. But usually I do recommend someone trying their main job first, just to get a taste of it on a job that they know that you can play, or that you can play like the back of your hand, no problem. And then adjust thereafter, you know? Do you like the way your job plays? Is it a kiting job like a physical range? Do you like the kiting? Okay, maybe you go with that job. Maybe you hate the kiting. Well, maybe try a tank job. maybe you are a tank main. You can try the tank main. Maybe you like it. So. Thanks, Gims. Let's see. Pharaoh. I'm currently in 31 to 40 solo on Gunbreaker. Been to 99 with a party. Oof. That does not sound fun. What is the other chest I missed? Was Serenity? Okay. I'm going to Fortune Magicite here because I can still look for I can still look for a potential raising in here. Following the high score in Turtle Tactics, try to get the clear. Hey, I hope they've been helpful. High score ones, huh? I hope the high score ones are gonna be good. Are gonna be useful to you. The high score ones are certainly interesting, huh? And high scores can work for duos and parties if you want to go for high score. It does really make it interesting. I definitely want to go for Lone Hero after I finally crack Necro. You will. You'll get there, man. Purity came back. My witching is down though. Scoring is a different animal. Another match site. I did get one in the far left corner, yeah. Steal again. And I figured I'd fortune here, just maybe we can pull up the raising I'm missing instead of relying on the next floor to get it. Yeah, I figured that would happen. I do have the purity though. Wait, do I have another purity? Fuck me. Alright, Mimics, let's go. Wait, I think the purity is here. That was the purity, yeah, nice. I just didn't remember where it was. Because I remember I saw one, I just couldn't remember if I picked it up or whatever, so I just didn't remember. Yo, zombie, thanks to follow. That should be all the chests, so let's do the purity now. Look at my big ass Bahamut, dude. Blinding players. Trying to get an idea of what I can not panic over with your high score run just in case I bit off too much. Oh, gotcha. Whatever I gotta go with, yeah. That's fair. Crazy luck on bombs, to be honest. What do you mean? Thank God. You can actually do that. All I know is that when I type it out, the only word that comes out is massive. So I do pet size all massive, and that's the only thing that shows up. If I try anything else, it doesn't work. It's just massive. Only thing that exists for me. Like anytime I type small, it just autocorrects to massive. Oh, I don't have my buff here. Oops, wrong button. Pet size Bahamut ultimate. That'd be great. We're using a shield here, delayed, so I should be able to not break. This shouldn't break the shield, so that means I can keep catching. This is the thing that gets gunbreakers all the time. Sometimes when you're a gunbreaker, your brutal shell might just be on rotation, that it comes up when that thing comes in, and then you're conditioned to get stunned, but then you actually don't get stunned, and then tragedy happens. That's why. Because you're shielded. And Gunbreaker is the only job where, like, you will just get accidental shields if you're not paying attention. Every other job you have to kind of force it out. Oh, my shield is up every time! Oh shit! That's right, I forgot. Oh fuck, but then I just did that. Okay, well. Good job, me. Carbuncle! Good job, Carbuncle. Instant shield. It's a 1 minute rotation, so it's gonna be up every time. I never get stunned on Summoner. Summoner OP. Look at all the pretty lights. I should actually hold my buff because it's actually lining up to Bahamut. Oops. Awesome. Yeah. Gotta get that parson. Shield up. Alright, halfway there. What happens if you don't mini for Hound of Hell? So the mechanic for Hound of Hell is that you get stunned. So it's like a wombo combo. So what happens is you will... Let's say you don't deal with the puddle mechanic. Hound of Hell comes out, Surby gap closes to you, and you get stunned. And that's a gap closer, by the way. So that's what that is, it's a gap closer. So he would gap close to you, stun you, and if you're not in the puddle, you're just kind of stuck there, and then he'll devour if you're not mini, and then that will one-shot you. So that's the mechanic with that one. Now, even if you don't get stunned, it's the fact that you need to minify to not get devoured. And the gap closer is there because Devour is a close range attack. Theoretically speaking, if you are not in front of Surby when he does Devour, you will not get devoured. So, like for instance, that actually is a conal. So if you're in a party and you are in front of Surby like here, and you're not, and you're actually like, you know, a secondary party member, you could actually get devoured anyway because it's essentially a swipe. It's like a conal swipe. So. Well, it's still kind of the Devour World of Darkness, kind of, except it doesn't put you in its belly. It just doesn't work because you're too small. You're not appetizing enough. Thanks for that follow. Fiber Optic Games? Oh my god, can you give me fiber optics? I swear. I've been suffering with my connection for so long. I just need fiber and my company won't give it to me. You know what's been bad? When I watch TV, my ISP is like, hey man, you can get optimum fiber for as low as, you know, $50 a month. It's even cheaper than Verizon Fios, and I'm like, bitch, you can't even give me fiber. You can't even give me fiber. The fuck you advertising it to me for? God damn it. That's me. That's my existence right now. I might actually try to call them, but I'm pretty sure I don't have fiber. Like, I'm almost like 10,000% sure I still don't have fiber. So it's kind of, you can get fiber. Like, no I can't. I literally would throw money at you if I can get fiber, but you just don't give me fiber. The timing is very tight, Sally. There was one time only, Zally, where I actually effed up on Red Mage, and I displaced at a really precise timing that it did Hound of Hell, and I displaced and I landed behind, like backwards away from Serby. So he actually couldn't devour me because I was nowhere near him. I've tried to duplicate that and I was not successful. It's a very tight time. Theoretically speaking, yes, you can. But it's not something I would necessarily recommend because one of two things can happen. One, he'll get close to you anyway, so you don't get the swag. Two, you'll get stunned and get whipped back into your position because you just didn't displace far enough, kind of. If that makes sense. Hold on, I'm gonna get this potion up. Dead Serby. It's like there used to be something that I used to do on Machinists, which was so much fun, Zally. Which was on Machinists. If you actually timed your flamethrower properly, you will get stunned, but flamethrower would still commit, and you would still actually flamethrower through stun. But some patch in like 5.3 or 5.4 changed something that I was never able to do that again. And I don't know what happened, but I was never able to do that again. And I was able to do it before, like on command. But I don't know what happened, so I don't know. I wouldn't rely on the server ticks here. Honestly, fiber optic internet is a game changer. My new area is trash, can't get it here either. Fiber optic games, I have fiber optic across the street from me. Verizon. I can take a tennis ball or I can take a stone, I can chuck it, and I can reach the area that has fiber from where I am. But the thing is, my area, and this is actually what the mayor told us, Verizon initially had the rights to do fiber in my town, and they did half the job, and they stopped doing the job. Like, they did half the area, and then they stopped, and they never continued. So, you know, great. Fantastic. And they haven't gotten them to continue it ever since. And then my other company, the one I'm currently using, I guess doesn't want to step on their toes, so they don't put down their own fiber. Yeah, and government bullshit, so whatever. Anyway, let me catch up and chat a little bit. I honestly haven't played this game in 2 years. It's been getting better. I've been busy with school, not keeping up. Hey, one thing, fiber optics, is like, I mean, you can probably get into your old account, but you legit can't buy this game right now. They have stopped the sales of this game because the game is too good. I don't know if like you saw that or read that about this game, but they legit had to actually stop sales because this game is actually doing too good. It's opening up in like 9 days though, or like 8 days. In 8 days we can buy the game again, but it's actually not a bad thing that you've been chilling because it's been a little bit of a mess to get through queue times, and there's so many people playing this game. But it will be getting better, so your break was good. I've written them 2 emails. I said, hey, I actually wrote an FCC complaint on them, and they basically told me, sorry, we can't do anything, have a good day. Thanks, Verizon. Really appreciate it. At least you have fiber in some point in your town. I have 0 competition for Comcrap. Well, for me, yeah, I mean, Duke, I guess that's one way to look at it, but my current ISP, Duke, I have no competition here. My specific area, I cannot swap ISPs. I am stuck with the one I have. And even though Verizon is literally across the street, I have no access to them. I can't change to that company, no matter what I do. So I'm stuck with my ISP, which has always been the issue. So essentially, I am monopolized where I am. No option. Can't swap. So, like, I'm kind of there. I mean, yeah, I'm, like, so close to being able to have an option, but... And that was, by the way, part of the mayor message. They're like, hey, we know competition is healthy, and we're trying our best. So I'm like, great. So you're just basically telling me something I already know. Thank you for that info, but can you at least do something? No. That was like 6 months ago. Alright, dudes, we're going to enter 71+, so this run is going to get spicier. I'm gonna hit the restroom real fast, so I'm just gonna take a small break. Let's see what song's playing. Ooh, it's a good song. So we'll play the song in the background. Hey, my bot just fired off, by the way. Our collab with the company called Epic Desk. They do desk pads, and if you want to check it out while I'm away, They got a website. They got some really cool stuff. They got exclusive. Their deathmats are exclusive. They only make like 100 of a certain piece, and then it's gone. It no longer exists. So they're like super unique and stuff. So definitely give a look at their art. If you're looking for a death pad, really good quality stuff. So anyway, BRB. I'm gonna play an ad while I'm out, and then we'll continue the run in a second, guys. I appreciate you all being here. It's been fun so far, and we're gonna see how Summoner can perform 71 plus. So BRB. Pharaoh, I am glad to hear that you are enjoying the content. That is, that's been one thing that, if anything, is all I'm happy with. It's that I get to do something that I know is different and weird and not common. But then other people are like, you know what, this is kind of cool too. I agree with what you're doing. It's actually really cool. And that's a really good feeling. You know what I mean? That I get to do weird shit and people are like, I want to do weird shit too. That's always been me though. Like, I've always been someone who just, like, you know, if there's a fork in the road, right? You got a fork in the road, I'll pick the one that, like, isn't even a choice. I'll just go, like, down the middle, right? You got left and right, I'll go down the middle. Because, like, why not? That's always been me. I'll always take the scenic route. But this has definitely been one. I would definitely say this is the scenic route of 14, right? We are in an MMO, and you're soloing. Always been such like the big irony, right? We play an MMO, we log into an MMO. It's meant for running into multiple people, playing with people, but you're going in by yourself. Miss Pearl, how you doing? Miss Pearl, I got news for you, Miss Pearl. In 9 days, I'm gonna be on Ultros. I know you're at Ultros. I'm gonna poke you. I'm moving my Primal to Ultros. Guys, check out Magical Pearl. She is one of the top end raiders you'll ever find in Twitch. She is just she lives and breathes raiding, and she's really freaking good. So definitely check her out. Why the move? I don't want to. I have like more friends on Ultros. I'm on Behemoth right now, and I just figured I'd just move in Ultros, which is like, you know, I really don't have to move. Also, it's my alt, so it's like whatever. But I just want to move to Ultros. So yeah, like I remember I was sitting on your I was chilling on your stream one time, and I saw your server. I'm like, oh, you're on Ultros, yo. Hey, also thanks for the 2 months. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks, Pearl. But yeah, definitely check Pearl out. She's got a damn good stream and a good community over there. But she is really one of the best raiders that you can find. So definitely check her out. Oh, true. I don't think I have to worry about it, man. I don't think I have to worry about it. That would be really odd, though. I have a lot to improve on, but I really appreciate. Oh, I appreciate that. If anything, I hope, but if not, then I will have to work harder. That's all. Dung person? Yes. Oh yeah, no, I'm the best dung person, absolutely. Alright, let's go. Let's continue. Wait. Food. You going to... I have our friend 7, which is also on Ultros too. Oh no, you're fine. I know what you were saying. But it's always fun that way. You didn't. Let's go! Dung. I haven't seen that word used in a while for that specific purpose. Let's do the opening site, because I like sites opening. Deep in the dung? It's not a landmine. Is this the floor set where the Mimic ended it last time? Nope, that is the next one. I got one shot by a Mimic over there. That is a luring. Excuse me. That is a layman. Oh, steal. Hey, I wanted to steal. Hell yeah. This soon's good. On Heaven on High, I can get... No! No! It's my playlist. It's my own playlist. I make it seem like it's part of the game. What did I pull? Oh, a bomb. Okay, I just wanted one. I might get this deer though. Oh good, I don't want the deer actually. I just want the bombs. Oh, it's close. Okay, just made it. Everything's fine. We did it. It's all good. Also, I didn't have a potion running at the same time. I wasn't sure. 13 seconds. Oops. I actually didn't use any of my AoE there, but it's alright. Alright, 4 kills out of the way. Just thread that needle, you know, had the shield going, it's all good, and everything was fine. Had it under control. I had at least 1 HP left. It was good. It's fine. Everything's fine. Oop. I think if you gave me 100 tries not to die, I think like I would have like taken a. I think a crit would have ended me too. So we kind of got a little lucky there. And again, the potion did just wear out too, so that was kind of bad timing. So I had no incoming heals at all. I think I had just used my potion. Something like that. Speaking of 7 Witch, I get to see... So when I go to Ultros, I get to see 7 Witch. I can see Pearl. I can see Celine. I can see Onyx. It'd be great. I can see all the lovely ladies of Ultros. Yeah, because I was telling Magical Pearl that I'll be moving to Ultros when we can in like what 8 days. And like, you know, you're part of the Ultras crew essentially. Jesus, I'm doing so many kills. Pog. That'd be great. And then, you know, like a month later, I can never touch my primal character anymore because we'll just have data center travel. I'll just use my main. But it's fine, it's a thought that counts, you know? Yo, Ike, what's up, dude? Hello. Happy to see you over here. How's it going? Okay, I'm finally out of here. Let's go. I'll shrink. Yeah, I think all my alts are dead. Except maybe my EU ones, but no. I would rather use my main on everything. I have all the money on my main, you know? All my money's on my main. I strength here. No abilities. Check the chests. Safety. Just chilling. Some PM parties going pretty well. You stuck with Pearl? Oh, that can't be that bad. She's great. She's gonna carry you to victory. Or maybe, I don't know. I'm sure you guys are equal in terms of your ability to play this game, so I'm sure it'll be fine. All that experience you have, Pearl, you'll be fine. You carry me? Oh boy. I have so many people willing to take me through content, it's really funny. And I still refuse. No. Damn. Man, I have a big respect for all of you guys. I hear all the accolades you're getting and all the achievements. I'm like, fucking gamers, dude. You know, Summoner's not too bad without abilities. I just don't have the pew-pew laser cannons. Oh yeah, it's so many gamers. Lots and lots of gamers. Ooh, that deer's gonna aggro. Nope, just kidding. Deer. Okay, let's go here. Oh, that deer's gonna aggro. Up. All the gamers out in chat? Hell yeah, dude. Don't aggro. Okay. Oh, I could have sighted here. Wait, I'm gonna sight. I don't have AoE sleep though, so and I don't have shields. Might have actually been a bad choice, but I do have steel. So the thing, I wouldn't want to do a deer. A deer would be bad because all they do is auto. So what I'd actually want to do is have a ghost and do a landmine, so we can get a free kill here. So I'm gonna drag him out. Perfect. Okay. Because he's gonna take his time to cast, and I can do that really easy. Real easy. What's up, Biz? You know, I was a Gigabrain, meanwhile it's small. Hey, look, theoretically, I'm in the same boat as you, man. I've been doing the same content for how long, you know? I'm pretty sure if I were to ask you questions when it comes to Savage and the raid, you'll blow my mind. So, we're in the same boat, just different content, that's all it is. Ooh, Tiger. Alright, we'll do it. 2 Tigers. There it is. Okay. Ooh, I'm out. I'll check this one. Nope, can't. I'm out. I can't check the other stuff because it's gonna be blocked out. Still, knowledge is knowledge, you know? I am very ignorant when it comes to parties and raids. Damn it. You're here. And you're there. Cubs and peeps with P2S. Hey, how is PlayStation 2, Savage? Hopefully it's good. No, it's good. Okay, next floor. Oh, wait. I have a steal. PlayStation 2 best system ever made. PlayStation 2 was a good era. I will agree with that one. My PS5 though is right next to me. PS5 was great too. Almost clear, but we didn't have a lot of growing pains because 4-8. Ah, gotcha. Another steal. I'll do another flight here. I mean, I'll do another safety. Okay. Okay, clean. That one was easy because they're not gonna aggro. Okay, quick kill. More steel. Well, I'm not gonna complain about that one. SNES for life. SNES was a good system too. Hey, they got some of the best speedrun games, no? You know, user was Shin Megami. It's fair. It's your game. I did enjoy my SM5. That was a good one. I should be fine with this pull. Nope. Okay. Everything will be fine. I'll just kite like a madman. The wolves are one of the worst enemies to fight, by the way, that's why. And meanwhile, the serpent is like taking like years to just try to cast stuff, but it's alright, we have a lot of firepower. Easy game. Woo. If my stream dies, that's probably it for the night. I just heard like a heavy wind hit my window, so never a good thing when that happens. Just giving you guys a heads up. That's a luring trap. Alteration, I'll use it. That is a landmine. Hello, cast. Oh, I hit both of them. I didn't mean to hit both of them. That's okay. We'll be fine. I have steel on. I didn't think Rune 4 would actually hit both of them. But here we are. Next floor. I'll just go next floor as is. I started PO today and got the 100, but Jesus man, I really hope the next deep is not 200. I know, I hope the next deep dungeon is gonna be 100. But even whatever floor they give us, I'll be fine. I'll deal with it. But yeah, I kinda hope that the next one is gonna be the sweet spot of 100. Let's see how blind. Let's see how bad blind is. Look at that firepower, I love it. Did I forget to steal? Wait, what? There was. Oh, there is 4. It's like 3 steals on the ground. I passed up all the steals, huh? It's alright. I still have steel up. I just wanted to go. We'll be fine. Everything will be fine. It's only 4 minutes of steal that I missed. You want 300? I don't know. 300 is gonna be ass to stream. Like, it's gonna take me all week to get a file up. Like, that's a streamer thing. That's why I don't want a 300. It's just gonna be such ass to like build a damn file up. I mean, it'll create like a lot of anticipation though. That's for sure. But man, it's gonna take forever. Oh. Okay. And then you have to do 300 floors. Yeah. You don't want 300 floors, you have to do 300 floors. 500 floors. Oh my god. I did get another raising, so we did get the minimum 3 so far. Hey, we got Korgans. Hog. Flights. Oh, we are blazing through these floors right now. Holy shit. Conceal, that's gonna be good. Who in their right mind legit wants 300? Crazy people. I mean, I'm crazy, but you know, I have like a limit to craziness. Oh, shit, I'm gonna aggro. But like I said, like whatever they give us, I'm going to do it, right? I mean, if they give us a 500 floor deep dungeon, I'm not gonna like, you know, delete my Twitch account and be like, I'm in protest, this is ridiculous. I mean, I'm gonna play it and we're gonna figure it out. Yeah, I'm not gonna go and protest. I don't care what they give us, I'll play it. But I do have a preference, and that would be my preference. You're sliding more now for sliding my tech. You're still fighting. So the flights right now, also good notice there, huh? Yeah, I totally cited for the landmine tech. But it kind of depends how we're gonna move along. So here's an example right now, okay? Here's an example. I'm fighting through a blinded floor. But the reason I'm fighting through a blinded floor is specifically because I've bought myself so much time on the earlier floors. So it kind of will be an on-the-call kind of thing to see if I want to continue using flights or not. We'll see. More than likely I will have to use at least one, but I'm going to be playing it by ear. Because we're going to be getting to the 5th floor here with like 42 minutes. And I might get to the 6th floor with like 36. And that's a lot of time left over. Okay, I'm not checking the other chests. Off we go. So this is why, personally, that play that we did with the sights and the landmines and using a strength and all that stuff, I like being ahead of time. Because when you're ahead of time, you can then adjust if needed. Okay, I can go slower here, okay, I can go faster here. That is a huge thing to be able to deal with, right? It's a lot worse when you're behind on time and you're forced to make something because you know you're going to not make it in time. Then you're forced to petrify. And if you're in a situation where you're like down to like 20 minutes on the 7th floor, a flight may not even cut it. You do a flight, you might not even cut the time. Like it may not even be enough to cut time. So we'll see. And this is flighted already as well. So this flight is already going to go faster. I might be out here in 40 minutes, which really puts me way ahead of time. So, hey, what's up, Ira? How you doing? That wind is really strong, so I apologize. I guess something like the wind just like smacked on my window. It's really strong. So again, if this stream dies, that will be it for me for the night because I really can't produce anything after. Just giving you guys a heads up if that happens. Hopefully nothing happens. But I wasn't gonna not stream pretty much. Oh shit. It's cool to, yeah. I mean, look, one of the things I'm also will be curious about today with that flight, with the aggressive flight change, and also we're aggressive on sites too. What happens to 91? Because I've been getting consistently 91 with like a lot of stuff, and it really would be interesting to see if we can do it yet again, which really would mean that the strategies that we're employing are really helping. That's assuming I don't make any critical mistakes here. If we make any critical mistakes, then of course, you know, shit hits the fan, but don't worry about that when that happens. Tofu's gonna be the easiest here. So for melee, Tofu is real bad, but for casters, they're one of the best enemies you can fight because I don't have to worry about anything right here. He's just gonna stay away from me because he's a caster. Easy game. 2 misses. There you go. This is the intuition. I think Deep Dungeon might be an outpost. There's this island you need to uncover. Oh yeah, I saw, but isn't that like a house or something? I don't know if that's gonna be good enough. I want it to be outpost though, I really do. So interesting here. I might actually pull this way back because I need to get it away from the deer. So I don't want to AoE the deer while doing this. Okay. Have you considered stopping after clearing the 80 boss so you don't lose power outage? No, I don't care. We will go, man, until a meteor drops in my head, dude. You know why, dude? Like, this is like straight up, like, if I lose this run, you know what that means? I do it again. Oh well. You know, I'm not too upset by that. And like, I would feel worse though if it was Palace. Because Palace, it's 2 days of work on Palace, right? So like, to lose a file like that sucks ass. But here, Heaven on High, it's a 1-day thing, I can suck it up, it's fine. Internet has been bad for you, says Iro. I was planning on knocking out some Palace and Heaven High this weekend, but I keep seeing. Oh no, did you try VPN? Or is it really like your ISP is just kind of crappy right now? Alright, so steel. So yeah, so I'm gonna do the next floor straight up right now because we have so much time. Not even concerned. Part of me wants a new Deep Dungeon to be an ultimate goal, but I totally understand why they wouldn't want to do it. Well, one of the things we discussed on Tuesday 7 which was a valid point, was that Boja required you to be on 5.1. You had to complete the story, you only had to be 80. So they could make the next Deep Dungeon, like, you having to already finish the story. And if you already have to finish the story, you can put it anywhere, you know? Which is fair. Hypey shit. Welcome to the club. Good to have more people to that club. That is a club I don't want people to be in, but here we are. Yeah, mine is a monopoly kind of in my area. I cannot swap ISPs. No matter what I do, I can't swap out. That lion coming from my ass. Decided to try a solo run of Palace on Summoner from floor 1. Never done it before, hoping it doesn't go bad. I really like Summoner. Artemis. I really like Summoner in here. It's still tough. I mean, you can see my defense is a little weak even with Steel on, so like the defense is gonna be interesting. But the mobility of what I'm doing right now, this is very similar to your experience that you'll have in Palace. Except you don't have Bahamut. And Bahamut is a big chunk. Like, if any, like, I think that's really the only thing you're missing. Oh, aside from the damage buff, this one, the Searing Light, you don't have that. That's, you know, minor. But you don't have Bahamut. Oh shit, I made a mistake here. I forgot about your mechanic. You don't have Bahamut, and Bahamut is a massive amount of damage. Akh Morn is 1300 potency. 1300 potency! But it's still very strong. Having the boosted damage from your GCD is really good, so it's still a really good ability. Now, can I get to an enemy in time in 7 seconds? Oh, it's a fucking hippo? Ew. I have to kill it though. I'll check this chest first. Check. Another steel! I am being gifted so many steel. Holy crap. Alright, we'll come back. It could be in Labyrinthos, but I do think it'll probably end up in one of those 2 zones. I would like it in Elpis, and I would like it in either Elpis or Space would be my best option. Like, Moon could lead to Space, although not necessarily. Some people are hinting at maybe the dark side of the Moon, you know? I would still be okay with that. Labyrinthos could mean the spaceship, and that would be really cool. Space Chapel, that'd be good. I live in an alliance, so bad weather will make my IC worse. Oh no, I'm sorry, oh shit, I'm sorry, Ira. Yeah, that does not help things. I want Armorat too. Yeah, I mean, I think someone else mentioned that in Pandemonium, but I don't know. I don't think they like recycling areas for content, so I'm not sure it could potentially be there. But you never know. You really never know. Come on. Okay. I had to wait for him to do the AoE. I need to get behind him because if I don't, he's gonna kill me one shot. You don't want it in Garlemon? I'm not gonna lie, I probably don't want it in Garlemon either. I don't like the aesthetic of that area, but I mean, they could still make it cool, you know? They could still make it cool, so... So I'm gonna check these chests, but I'm gonna go and find the, I'm gonna go hunt down the hippo because he's blocking the exit.
It's been a while. Where rates BLM on your DD enjoyment?
Haven't done it yet, so I can't rate it. I can't rate it. I haven't done it yet. I will eventually, but not quite yet. I guess I have to use Bahamut here. What's up, Choke? How you doing? It has been a minute. Hope you're doing well. Hope things are okay on your end. Thanks for the 6 months of continued support. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I haven't done Black Mage, and it's not that I don't want to, it's just I want to do other jobs first, so it just hasn't become a priority yet. I will eventually. Okay, you're a silver. How's my time? Vortex. Okay, we'll just use it straight up. That clears the area for me, so that's good. I'll Purity here. I didn't want a Fortune, because we killed most of the enemies here already, so it would have been kind of a waste of a Fortune, in my opinion. You can't sleep- yep, you can't sleep a Mimic. They don't care. Island Paradise, where you collect items to literally build up the dungeon. So you want it to be in the Island Sanctuary? Some people said it might be there. Do different Magicites do different things. Between the original primals of Ifrit, Titan, and Garuda, they do exactly the same thing, except they're themselves. Odin is the only one that's special. Odin will one-shot bosses, and they have a longer animation. Only one that's special. If they make a deep dungeon, says Noga. What's up, Noga, by the way? In the last area, that could open up some crazy possibilities, tips of aesthetics. Yeah, I mean, space. Planets. Oh, I do not have... Okay, so this is gonna be a little interesting, because the Yetis would be pretty tough if I can't get the sleep off fast enough. Frailty will help though. I think I can down a Yeti fast enough, so let's actually do that. Whoops. Just made it. Not particularly my ideal way of doing that, but I just made it. Okay, cool. AoE's so fucking big. Okay, pull you. It's like 2 rooms big. It's so huge. I can, but there was this one time that I tried to hard cast asleep and it got the thing off before I was able to get it down, so... And sometimes it doesn't do 2 conals into the AoE, sometimes it does 1 conal into the AoE, that's why it's a little spooky. That's why it would have been nicer to have Swift, and I don't have Swift. I can sleep it, just I have to be on point with that sleep, or I'm dead. Figured focus on savages and going back and finishing... Boja duels! Aw, Boja duels! I kinda missed them a little bit. A little bit. I'm not craving them, but they were good. I hope we get more of that. That's one thing I hope we get, Choke. Somewhere, somehow, we get more of those type of in-fights and stuff. Because they were really well designed, in my opinion. I think they were fantastic. I want more of that. And then Mammoth has to move. Because I think I aggro. I'm gonna just actually pull her. Oh, hello? But it's still the timing of the Yeti I had to worry about because I don't know if I'll be able to appropriately sleep it correctly, and so I didn't rely on it. Strength back. Okay, let's check the other rooms first. I'm gonna check the, we'll check the chests if there are any left over, because if we get a Mimic, I need it to contribute to the exit, not to post-exit. Frailty's down. I actually forgot about Frailty. Sorry. There's a chest in the corner. Oop. And I have only managed Gabriel. Wow, Gabriel I would say is like one of the harder ones too. Not so much the battle in itself, it's like getting into Gabriel is one of the harder ones, so good stuff. The other ones are a lot easier to get into. I mean, Lion in Southern Front is really easy to get into. Sardavar is not bad, although Sardavar, the Metal Fox fate is just an absolute tragedy. Like, people die on that one all the time, and it's fantastic. And then the Bog is a little bit hard to get into. I have not seen that fate very often. So like, I did do some Zadnar to level on Primal, my Gunbreaker and my Sage, because I was leveling them simultaneously, so I needed to bridge the gap for levels. And man, I only saw Daybog like one time after being there for like literally like all week. So that fate just doesn't spawn. The other two are fine. They're not too bad to get into. Yeah, above us. I thought it was hilarious and fantastic. But yeah, them removing the lights made that fight literally 100 times harder. You know, it was so funny. Maybe JC. No, actually for Debog, yeah, that's probably why it's just not spawning. It's just not people. Yeah, no one kills the enemies anymore. Sight. We need to act fast because I do not want to pull without steel, especially with HP down. We already know what happens when I have HP down on Summoner. It's not the prettiest thing in existence. You have to go out of your way to spawn them. Oof, that's... Damn, that sucks. That sucks. Okay. We have a lot of tofu, which is great. Oh, we just have petrification. Okay, we'll just use petrification. Let's check the chest first, because we do want to make sure that we're not dealing with any shenanigans here. I'm gonna wait for the tofu to move. I could sleep the tofu, but we'll just wait. Yeah, I tend to get Petries like at this level. I don't know about you guys, but Petries seem to be common like 70, like the 7th and 8th and 9th floor for some reason. I tend to see them. Maybe that's just confirmation bias, but I feel like I tend to see them show up at these floors. Hey, Ellie. Although I did see you asked me to use a intuition earlier. Alright, Hippo, don't aggro, okay, dude? I don't know if you heard that. It was like water that just smacked on my window. Okay, I can only get to this chest and we're done. Let's try Petri. Silver. I will check that, but gotta go back. We'll find out. I can't do anything if something happens to it, you know? We'll just find out. That's it. That's all I got. I mean, I could have chosen, I thought about it, could have chosen just not to stream, but YOLO, dude. YOLO. Okay, Petri. By the way, because that chest is right next to the wall, I can get the chest through the wall, so that was like through the wall. Yeah, I'm streaming. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, like, if this was a palace run, Shayla, I would probably like readjust to Heaven on High run. You know, like I would probably just like be, you know, let's just do Heaven on High today. If I lose the run, it's whatever. Palace would be like, ugh, you know, I spent the whole day. It's like, oh, I don't want to lose that file. Oh, this Yeti. Oh my god, this yak wants to jump. Oh my god. Yo. He wants to just leave, dude. He's done. He's just fucking done, dude. Oh, nope. Just kidding. This is the show. It's a long fall, man. We're 78 floors up. Well, I mean, maybe he didn't notice, he was petrified. Damn. Damn. '79th floor. So, like, okay, so... who is it again? Wait, I gotta deal with this, hold on. So yeah, Fizz, that was you, right, Fizz? You were talking about the whole, what am I using, palms, etc. Well, we were moving at a very swifty pace, and we had that Petrify show up on the 78th floor, so I just walk into here without really using anything. I used one flight, I think we had one Magicite, one Petri, yeah, that's it. I mean, I don't have to use anything, so... That's the play. I have 24 minutes to deal with this floor. So yeah, we were playing according to just what the game wanted to give me, and that's what the game gave me. So like here, Chayla, because I know he's gonna follow up with the AoE, I can sleep prep, but if he does there is a chance he goes conal into that AoE, and if he does that and I'm not ready, I don't know if I get that cast off in time. So that's why I was just playing it really safe and just like legit planning to just run away from it. No, and the floor I had before was no abilities. That's why it was tricky, because I didn't have Swift, so it had to be hard cast. That's why that option was just out of not a choice. Okay, so here's interesting. I can do the boss without steal. Well, I guess we're gonna do it. So I'm just gonna do the steal now. I can do the next boss without steal, because I've done it before. Ow. Yeah, no, it's okay, it's okay. That's why the decision was there. You can also early sleep and wait for him to... I could. Above us, I was thinking that. I honestly was thinking that, but I also thought I could just run away from it because I was just doing OG CD casts. So I decided just to run from it. But no, what above us was true. So what I could do is I could sleep, wait a little bit, and it kind of forces him into that rotation. It does mean it's a longer kill, but it is a safer play. Absolutely right what above us was implying. And that did cross my mind, right? Yeah, I just wanted to run out of it. Got a lot of Yetis, which is very fortunate here. Okay, there's another chest there. Do you want to check it? What's winter? That's right, we just blow it up. No one will ever know. I got safety back, sweet. Okay, let's do this one. This doesn't even get to the enrage. Oop. Bad timing. So I've been sleeping the AoE. I can also LOS it. so we will have a wall here. That was a little tight, and I didn't even get a GCD off, but yeah, there you go. I'm being a little risky, I know. Oh, if I'm typing by accident. I blow this line up. I still have one more room I did not analyze, and that is the exit. So I should actually go there now. Okay, let's go. Oh! Bahamut just decided to teleport to my position. Nice, very cool. Scared the shit out of me. Okay, that is the steel. Now... Ooh, okay, good. Just in time. The risk is just for fun. Greed! Oh, dude, I was doing a leveling dungeon yesterday. Oh my god, I had it's the dungeon with the spectral berserker and the spectral necromancer. I was on Sage. We get to the spectral berserker, and like right at the start of the fight, he picks a target and he does the line AoE. So I greed that hard, so I get hit with the first one. And I greed the second one, I get hit with the second one and die. I'm like, oh my god. What the fuck, dude? I'm so bad. And then, like, we didn't have, we had a black mage and a black mage and machinist, I think? No, monk. Black mage and monk, so no raise. So they wiped the first time. And we had, like, new people in there. The tank was new. I think the monk was new. Black mage was the only one that was actually experienced. So we wiped the first one. Second one, the monk didn't know about the stacks, so he ran to me and he killed me on the stacks, which is fine. I mean, he's learning, so it's okay. So we wiped the second time. It took us 3 times to kill that, but we would have totally had the first one if I just didn't die. I was so bad about that. Oops. And it was just me being greedy, dude, on Sage. I just wanted to just get my GCD off. And I told the party, I'm like, guys, I was greedy. Sorry, my bad. All on me. Yeah, Hero's Gauntlet, yeah. So I'm gonna fight this thing, I'm gonna tank this straight up right now. Once my steel drops, if we even have to deal, well, I'm sure we will, but once the steel drops, I will start kiting. I know I can do this without steel, we've done it before. So I'm pretty confident about that, but I will have to kite for that to happen. What a nice conceal. Yeah, the conceal is extremely fortunate. We've been getting some really good just drops in general, in terms of the palms and everything. Here. Here. Boom goes Fenner. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Okay, 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes on steel. My strength is dropping, so we will have to do some of this fight without steel, more than likely. That's okay, it's not a big deal. Reserving my shield only when I need it. Okay, 2 minutes on steel. This hard cast of Ifrit is so awkward, I'm not gonna lie. It's such a longer cast versus everything else. That throws me off a little bit. So we'll have to do half this fight without steel. It's okay, it's alright, it's okay. A little less than half fight. And we will have to kite. If I don't kite, this fight becomes very dangerous without the steal. Very dangerous. Gonna wait a second for my buff here. It'd be great if I had full HP by the time I have to actually do it. I'm gonna go with Ifrit here, because I think by the time my steal drops, I'm gonna have to do my other ones. So at least here I can stand and cast for these. Alright, stun fight. Two, one, shielding here. I did a little bit too much mitigation there. Should be okay for this next section. My shield is coming up soon. Whew. Potion priority. My shield will be up for this. At least it was gonna be up for this. Shield, shield, shield. Potion. Oh! I didn't see that. Potion priority. I'm gonna take another hit here, but I will hopefully have my my super potion coming up soon. I'm gonna hold on to it because it looks like my heals are a little bit more manageable right now. Bahamut is literally in Narnia. I don't know why. Okay, gotten spicy a little bit, but it's been okay so far. Shield is coming up, so I will rely on it. Got it. Gonna rely on my heals here. I'm still holding on to that super because we're just not in a big danger area right now. And I'm making all this HP back up now because of the Empyrean, so it's okay. So I'm conserving that heal. I think that's one thing that, just in terms of healing optimization, that's really important. Because I think some people might panic with that. And you might end up using it when you actually didn't, and then when things get really bad, that's it, you just don't have anything left. So I've been holding on to it for a long time. I could have used it before, my HP is fine. No need to be panicky about it. 3%. Titan coming out. Shields back up. I'm stuck. And it's dead. There we go. No problem. Palms are really good. Holy shit. Palms are like, this is what you'd walk in with like a light party. Like literally almost 3 of everything except the sight because I burned everything out, and then only just missing a purity because I used the purity for earlier. Damn. Looking good. Cheers. Alright, let's just continue. Everything's going well on Summoner so far. Now, this is the set I did die on before. I did die on this set. This is one reason I'm even back on Summoner, is because we did not clear Summoner last time, and it's because of this set. So, what happened last time was, I think I died 3 times. No, we died twice for sure. I think I died 3 times. We fought a Mimic with HP down, and it crit me for 11,917 HP, and I had 11,887, something like that. So it crit me for more HP than I even had with HP down. So that was a death. And then the thing that finally killed me was I aggroed a Manticore when I was kiting something, and they just obliterated me in like 1G city. So that killed me right away. So hopefully that doesn't happen again. That's all I gotta say. But I do have full raising, so that's a good thing. So hopefully that'll help me in. Let's go in, guys. Raising. Apes, great, love it. I love apes. They're my favorite enemies in this entire game. I live for them. Let's try. Did you know I handled you guys? I handled your brothers in Palace of the Dead, and I laughed in your faces when I killed your friends in Palace of the Dead without steel. I'm gonna do it again and get fucked. Easy game. Chimera. Oh my god, these fucking apes, dude. Glass cannon, man. This is a glass cannon. This definition of glass cannon right here. Oh, I'm out. Okay. Sprints. Oh, he was about to get his banana out. Nice dodge. This is what power looks like? Yeah. This is what power looks like. And then the occasional shield, of course. This is in frailty, bear that in mind, but still, we'll put in some work in. Oh boy, now we're in danger. Oh no! Get it up! Okay, we're good. We don't want to get too cocky, you know. Just not too cocky. Let me check the chest first. Nothing there. Let me actually kill the ape. I'm gonna kill the ape. Because the ape still has frailty on. Whew. Good lord. Summoner, by the way. Alright, let's pull the Chimera. I'm lucky I did not hit that ape. Holy shit. Watch out, I could do Ram's Voice instead of Dragon. Which it did. Dragon in. Transfers out. You're next if I need to pull something out. Nope, I'm out. I'm taking the time here. I'd have to navigate through multiple rooms just to check things. We're just gonna go. Good first floor. Just 4 minutes. Like, basically 4 minutes on that floor, and we have to kill quite a bit. We killed, what, 3 apes here, 2 apes here, 5, Chimera 6, Chimera 7. 7 kills, and we're out here in 4 minutes. Jesus. Summoner. Hey! Emmy, good morning. You come in time for us to blow shit up on Summoner. No debuffs, let's go. Gonna open sprint here. Whoop. Only half my HP. Didn't even get an auto off, that's okay. Comet's ready. Oh, I see. Oh boy. It's okay, we're fine. Everything's fine. That was with shield, by the way. That was with shield on. Oh shit. Certainly can't take that aggro. Need a second. Alright. That was a crit, I think. He did a crit on that dive in. So I'm gonna wait for another shield before I even do another pull here. Shield. Oh shit. It's fine. Everything's fine. Oh boy, that's another crit! He crit! Through the shield! Jesus, dude. Damn it. I didn't have my potion ready either, it sucks. 10k crit through the shield, so that's even, whatever, what's 20% or 14? So it not only did 10k through the shield, it did more than that, because I had the shield up, so... Shit. Okay. Okay. Is that basically just like a flat one-shot now? Great. I should be using 580 food now. Like, I probably need to think about, like, actually using 580 food at this point, because it's gonna give me more HP, but this is, like, crazy shit right now. Oh my god. Oh, fuck. Hold on. We got a problem. Okay. Okay. I have shield up. I gotta take care of these patrol though. Hey look, it's better when they don't crit me. Goodness. Man, imagine when they don't crit me. I also add ult at the same time. You would have wiped this floor out, Jason? I mean, that's fair, but I mean, I still had the bonus raising, so... No, why not? There is a lot of patrol here, though, that's a fact. Alright. At least my shield is up every single time. I only need a couple more kills. I mean, there's another patrol here, which there is. I'll shield up. Oh, actually... This might suck. Okay, I did get the... I got the LOS on that one, so that's gonna help a lot. Still hitting me, god damn it. Okay. Nothing of note here. Yet another patrol. I don't have a super potion, so I don't want to do this pull. I'm gonna just move. I don't want to do this pull unless my super potion is ready. I could do the LOS. I could make him do the gap closer into a wall, which will help mitigate. If it doesn't work, it's like it's gonna be a mess. But I think I should handle it because that seems to be the only patrol left. Okay, so let's just take care of it. Here. I got the LOS, so he would bonk into the wall, and that would prevent it from potentially doing the auto attack on me. So I wanted that position. Otherwise, he would do that auto attack right away. I got a 6k rush into an 8k auto, and I have 14,000 HP. So if I got hit with that back to back, I probably would have died again. Jesus. Okay, those should have been all the patrols. Oh, nope, just kidding, guys. Still got patrols. And he's coming this way. So let me try to get that LOS again. Shoot up. Here. Oh! Okay, good. Bahamut scared the shit out of me. I thought there was another patrol here. We'll be fine. Okay, so now that should be all the patrols. They should all be gone now. There should be 0 patrols on the floor. I want to take care of this Gozu. Nice crit, dude. I'm getting crit for more than half my HP. It's a little concerning. I have 14,000 HP, okay? I'm getting crit for 8,500. That's more than half my HP. Not really great. It's not a great feeling. Check. Nothing here. Check this room real fast. This is... Nah, I'm not gonna proceed any past that. Okay, let's just go to the next as is. You won't use it, okay? Isn't it great? So you thought Summoner was fun, huh? Oh, look at the power of Summoner. That's a treasure room. With an elephant? Shit. I'm glad I did that for an intuition. Alright, I do have damage now. Okay, that's the second time Bahamut scared the shit out of me because I saw a shadow. And I thought it was actually an enemy. I made him too big. I'm way out of range. They're all elephants? You know what? True. I don't consider Mentega... I just call Mentega Mentega. I don't really consider them the elephants of the norm. Fucking shit, dude. Ow. No. Chimera. Gotta watch out for the... Actually, we could fight him here. Actually, I should fight him here. That would be more intelligent of me to do. Because I can have this entire space to dodge. Oh, shit. Oh. Ooh, he almost caught me there. I wasn't expecting a dragon voice right after. Shield. Potion. One, two. Mafia, hey, that's a Twitch baby! Thanks for Twitch baby. Thanks, Mafia. Really appreciate the continued support. Now, I haven't really checked chests yet, so that's a bit of an issue. That's a little bit of an issue. Stop. Oh my god. Yo, what's up, Steamy Bun? I got you, dude. Yo, exit open. I'm out. Peace. Chimera. Yeah. You know, I have a really weird strat I can utilize. But I need to make sure I can get over to the room, so I know wait a little bit. I'm gonna see if I can do sleep tech on this. If I get away from him, 2 rooms away, then he will de-aggro. So I wanted to bring him all the way to the edge of the room so I can try to go here to this side and get that aggro out of it. So I just have to go 2 rooms away. Gone. Aggro's gone. There we go. And I had to do that because he was in my way, so I wanted to do it in a... I wanted to do it so he wouldn't be there. So I can actually get to where I need to go. However, the exit is to the south, so I probably still have to deal with that Chimera. I do want to check this chest though. You get anxiety watching me? Apologies. It's okay, I have my own anxieties too. Okay, you're doing that, and then you're gonna do that soon too. I want this chest. He's gonna move one more time. I moved right at the fucking end. God damn it. So unfortunate. I'm just not gonna check that chest anymore. I do have to worry about this Chimera though. I probably conceal to get out of here. Wait, actually, let me set up this next room. Affluence, flights. Conceal. Nine seconds on him. Yo, thanks for that, I really appreciate it. Good thing I concealed. There was no way I was getting through this room. Alright. No way I'm getting that chest either. Chimera's right on top of it. Alright, let's go. Alright, cool. No problem. Yo, Shindy, thanks for 3 months, I really appreciate it. Canna, hello! Uninstall my heart? Yeah, my heart's sitting in a glass of water right now. I'll put it back in on Thursday when we do Bard. Oh shit. Uh-oh. We're not repeating history, guys. Not repeating history, sorry. I said this at the beginning like, oh, we died to a Mimic and HP down, because it one-shot me. Yeah, we're not repeating history. Sorry. You're going this way. And I also did the witching, not because this thing would kick my ass, is because I didn't want to take the pox, because I had 3. So that's why I did the witching. Well, aside from the fact that it probably could have one-shot me, but I was gonna steal no matter what on that one. Yeah. Hey, look, this is prog, right? We progged from last attempt. I know exactly what that Mimic can do to me with 11,000 HP in my current HP. So you know what? Yeah, we're not gonna repeat that. I'm good. Oops. Let me just leave the duty randomly. No, okay, you're there. Sure. Oh! Todd? But I'm Todd. Where's Todd? You died in 73! No! I'm sorry, Todd. You know what? But that's really good prog for your first run, dude. Hell of a... Oh. Weather, please. Let me just finish this run and then you can go ham, okay, Weather? Mother Nature, please. So because we did a Warrior Floor Bomb and Tech... Hey, nice! You did a landmine in your first go? Shit, dude. Wow, you're already doing way more than, like, a lot of first-time runners. Oh, hold on. Problems. Okay, we're good. You was targeted by a mob too far from kiting and couldn't hit... Oh, couldn't hit lag. Oh. Oh, Petri. Okay, let's just get to the other side then. You need pop raising! Oh no! Did you forget? It's okay. I've forgotten raising so many times myself. Hey, did you know you can sleep everything in here, guys? You can basically sleep everything in here. Except probably the Shinsei. I think the Shinsei doesn't care. Oh, in case anyone was concerned. Can't sleep a Mimic. I know some people were asking. Oh, fuck me. Anyway. Or I'm not gonna hit you with my book. Okay, well. Good thing I had the Petrify. Shinsei, I'm just gonna kill you. Oh, wait. Oh my god, I guess I'm not gonna kill you, damn it! I was like, I'm gonna kill you, and then everything was out of range. It was bad. Steel survived today. Oh, steel! I didn't check that chest! Oh shit, I never checked that chest. Well, got the steel back, good. I have an altar going to the next floor. Oh, Shinzei sleep? Oh shit. Good to know, okay. So I'm not dealing with him anyway. No one wants to play with a Shinzei. Ryujin? I swear to god. Alright, next floor. Oh, almost. Frostbite cone covered like the... Oh, that one. Yeah. Yeah. I altered this, right? We altered. Okay. It's probably... I probably utilized the Magicite to save a Serenity, but I do have a Steel running, so I kind of am curious to see what the other chests will give me first. I don't want to fight through this even with Steel, this is too risky. I'm gonna hover over the Magicite just in case. We're gonna try to get to as much as I can before I need to make a decision. If I get aggros, I will sleep things, because I can. I can basically sleep everything. Why is there like limited enemies here? Oh, it's a Shinzei party over there. Enemies here. Gotta check the south room. Any other patrols? Doesn't seem like it. We'll just follow the Shinzei. We'll walk like them. There we go. We're about the same pace as them, yeah. RP walk. Straight. Oh, we got Corrigans. Ooh, see that's interesting then. Because I get 3 free kills. No chest drop though. I have 2 minutes on steel remaining. Interesting, interesting, interesting. What do I decide to do? Surrender. Because I'm gonna get kills here, so I might be out of here in like, I don't know, 1 or 2 or 4. And the Serenity, yes, because I think it's gonna be too risky for me not to. So it's either Serenity or I nuke the rest, but I could be out of here very soon. Shit. Get out of it. Shield for you. What is this chest? Oh, alteration. Okay, now that I use that, I can use the alteration. Shinzei. Okay, alter while I'm waiting for the Shinzei. Okay, you. And then I have a Cyclops that I can pull. Nice dodge. I guess the other one went straight this way. $18 seconds on steel. Four seconds on steel. Okay, should have just the big burst here. Right. Let's do the Cyclops here. Ooh, that hurt. I'm gonna move out of here. Should make this. Gotta worry about the Shinzei, because he will come back at some point. I'll probably fight in this room actually, because this room, even if either of the patrols come back, it's not gonna bother me if I stay on this wall. Although, Flower's coming in. That's a line AoE. Ow, I got stuck on a wall, GG. There's the Shinzei that I was looking for. I still need to kill something. Okay. I don't remember what was left alive in the north side, so I'm gonna check. I think there was an elephant there. I gotta get over there. High kill floor in this one. The rain's getting heavy too, so I altered the next one, right? So I think I'm gonna flight combo alter with the next one. I don't typically like that combination, however, we are under 30 minutes now, so I may have to start worrying about time a little bit. So I don't want to push it too far and try to deal with the next floor with just alteration. I'll get the flights out of the way now, and we'll see what happens then. The reason I typically don't like a flight alteration, because as you just saw with this room, we have 3 Korrigans. 3 Korrigans, 3 kills, that could save me potentially 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes of time, because that would have been regular enemies. So by altering a flighted floor, I change it to what, 1 or 2 Korrigans, I could be off that floor immediately. I could have just spread those 2 out and had like one altered, 1 flight. But in this situation, because I am behind on time, I kind of want to see if I can save myself a potential Petri or Magicite for the next few. So that's why I'm going to flight. And I want to burn off the flights, like here, next floor, so then we get to 88, 88, 89, and we see what the game decides to give me there. So at the very least, we look like maybe we can get away with 4 floor wipes into 91, if kind of things go as normal, as planned, as I'm thinking of, so... The burn. Oof, no items, still. And I just Serenity too. Oh man, not looking good. Not looking good. On 1 Serenity now, that's tragic. Wait. And then I have to deal with this Cox too. Uh-oh. Yeah, no items back to back. That is terrible tragedy. Whew. I don't know if you're hearing the rain. The rain's pretty strong here. Streamer luck, yeah, streamer luck, man. Goes either way. That Shinzei went straight. I can't see shit. Manticores. My mortal enemy. I can deal with no abilities on Summoner, but no items? Shit. So I was stuck with the Enko, and I would just have to wait there no matter what, so I wanted to just pull. Sorry for the loud sound of the water bottle. No way, no way. I don't know where that Shinzei's going. I also have to find the altered room, which I have not even left the first 2 rooms, so I really need to try to find the altered room. Titan? Okay, thank you, Titan. Oh my god, this Enko, I swear to god. He's just been walking up and down and I can't get past him. Every time I go to this wall, he just comes here. Jesus. Yeah, no items I had 3 times in a row, like, bro, yeah. That is what killed me. That's what killed one of my runs before, is a triple no item floor. Which, by the way, I'm gonna set up an affluence flight for the next one. Triple no item floor definitely killed me. On Scholar, my Scholar run ended because I got a triple no item. We got mimics. 1. I want to try to see if I can get to this other room. Another Shinzei. Whew, that's a little close. Were you stuck over here? No, this is just a dead end. I don't have very many options. If the... oh, fuck me. God damn it, dude. Well, guess I'm having pox on longer. I was gonna say, if the elephant didn't open the exit for me, then I'd have to kill a mimic, but I guess I'm gonna kill a mimic anyway. Jeez, we are obliterating mimics really fast before he even finishes death traps. That's kind of nice, but still. Ow. Yeah, you have to fight. So we had to inevitably fight a mimic anyway, and I have at least one more mimic to deal with if I need to fight yet another one. Which I really hope not, but we'll find out. Shows how mimics have the lowest HP. Gotcha. In terms of the amount, in terms of just how fast I'm killing it, that's fair. Exit time. I already set up the next floor, so we'll go right now. 87. Definitely en route right now to maybe... I could maybe get through one floor. But I definitely have to nuke at least one of them. Oh my god! Ugh. I have no serenity. Fantastic. And of course that had to explode. Great. Oh boy, here we go. Triple no item. God tier. The god tier situation. Okay, I'm gonna deal with the Cyclops. God, can you give me... I really could use a Serenity. It was double whammy. I mean, I could cure myself with Psychic, but... Yikes, dude. It's big yikes. I could have cured my way back with Psychic, but I don't know. I don't know, man. It's gonna have to be super emergency now if I have to deal with yet another no item floor. Was this flighted? Yep. It didn't matter. I blew up a chest, and I have pox on, and I have like a baby way of healing, but I gotta actually like. We gotta move. Enko, not gonna aggro this time around. Gubu? Gubu's not gonna aggro this time around. Oh my god, Enko. I'm gonna leave the Gubu first. I'll probably deal with an Enko. I think I could have actually managed with Psychic, but I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. Not sure if I want to rely on getting, you know, 300 potency heals. Or 300 heals, period. Do you have an elephant at all? Intuition, love it. Okay, Gubu. I get 449, and I am ticking down for 205. So I would actually kind of go net positive. I'd be net positive on the heals, yeah. I don't know how many casts it would take me to actually heal it all back, but we'd be net positive. gonna go next floor as is. I'm gonna affluence. And I'm actually gonna alter as well. Best case scenario is I get a treasure room of Corrigans, and I get a billion chests, and then I can farm some stuff back. But no Serenities is the worst case scenario right now. Literally worst case scenario. That debuffs again. Big room. This is gonna be this is a solid Magicite room. I should Magicite this one. Because of the amount of enemies I get, and I am definitely behind on time, so I have to nuke something. So let's just set it up right now. Fortune. Check as much as I can before I need to nuke. Steel is very good. I'll get it later though. Well, I got this though. I mean, I'll take this, definitely. I said I wanted a treasure room of Altered, but we got a big ass room, so I'll take it. We did get Mimics, looks like. Yep. How many? 1, 2. That's the exits. Okay. Heavy rain outside. Got my witching back, that's nice. I guess. A lot of bronze chests. Yeah, with the shielding, yeah, true, but I only get one shield every minute, so... I could make it through, it's just, could I have killed anything? That's the question, right? Okay, Magicite here. I'll pop the steel. Fortune. No, I have no clue. Sight again. Oh boy, no Serenities, man. Ugh. I have to nuke the next floor, I think, because I don't think I'm gonna have enough time to deal with it. I could alter and see what happens, but more than likely I'm not getting through that next floor. I could try to do a witching play, but I think I want to alter no matter what. I think I'll sight anyway just to see if we can maybe get lucky. And then that's it, that's all I can offer. I'm gonna push the affluence again because I can deal with the next floor with the steel on even if we get really bad RNG. But oh man. Yeah. We'll see. But yeah, and we get yet another no item floor, so this is just not helping. This is not helping. 4 in a row. Where's my psychic? I have to fight through this. Or I Magicite. Oh, I missed a bronze chest in here. Yo, give me Corrigans for the love of God, that would be great. I can't go there yet. Corrigan's regular would be fine, I just, man, I just need a little bit of help here. We got, oh man. Oh. This is a tragedy. There's like not that much I can kill either. And there's a steel sitting here. Oh man. Well. Oops. Bruh, I don't know how I'm gonna do this. If I took that poison, I was dead. Okay. Heal, 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 heal. Yo, crit heal, let's go. Manticore. Okay, Psychic saved the day. Whoever thought Psychic sucked, there we go. We will now have visual proof that it doesn't suck. It's actually OP. There's like literally nothing here. Okay, I know I can deal with it. I don't know how I'm dealing with a Manticore, by the way. I guess I can sprint full. Oh, but he jumped right at me. I'm not ready. Shield. Catapult. Give it up. I just gotta buy, like, you know, 20 seconds and we're fine. Easy game. Eight seconds. Oh, easy game. Okay, well that wasn't bad. Can I do an Enko? Ripper... I don't have shield though. I don't have sprint. Oh shit, that's not good, that's not good, that's not good. That's not good. No, not you. We'll do the Manticore. Oh boy, don't hit me again. 8 seconds. I did not focus target the... He's awake. Hey, I think he's awake. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna deal with this one. I think I'm just gonna try to literally just heal through this. I don't know how else I'm gonna do this. I need to LOS, I think. He's gonna wake up any second, obviously. Battle. Shield. Boost the goo. I have no more patrol, so that's a good thing. No, don't. I have 2 Mimics and an Enko left. And I have 30 seconds on my skill. Okay, I'm just gonna have to pull you right now. This won't be fun. I mean, if the others weren't fun, this will be even less fun. Nice crit. 16 seconds left on my steel. Great. I have no steel. I'm so fucking dead. We got out. Well, we made it. Cool. Okay. Jesus Christ, dude. Well, anyway, Summoner can go no items if anyone was curious. With Steel on, though. Oh my god. I don't want to do that again, but I probably have to because I have no Serenities. Jesus. I'd probably have to steal for this boss, I think, so we'll just steal it. Oh yeah, if it was ready, but I couldn't wait. I couldn't wait because of the steal, so I just pulled. I was just hoping I'd survive long enough, and then the steal, and then I'd last that duration for the steal, and then, you know, we would just do the rest with the burst. Oh, Bahamut's ready. Oops. Oops. I'm slightly concerned about time, so I will strengthen steel. Yeah, I should actually strengthen steel. I don't know if I can do this in time without the strength. I will steal. It's just the strength I'm a little, you know, not too sure about. We're pushing through this enemy because this is the easy phase of the enemy. Now that it's up, we're getting close to 8 minutes anyway, so it's fine. Oh, auto. Okay. That was a fast orb there. I think we should be fine on time. Summoner has been just really strong, so I don't think I'm going to be worried about time here. Now that the strength is up. I mean, I still probably want to monitor it, but basically what you're looking at right now is if I can fall under 70% before this thing hits 7 minutes, we're good. If it's 6 minutes, we're under 60%, we're good. It's kind of the timing we want to go for, so I think we can pull that off. So yeah, we're certainly well ahead of pace now. Because the question is, did I need the strength? But I wasn't feeling that risky. Wait, what the fuck happened to Carbuncle? Huh? Did I de-summon him? I guess I did. Okay. Maybe I de-summoned him by accident. I don't really need a way anymore. It's a really odd one considering I just basically have never hit that button until like at this very moment. Motive G, thanks for the follow, welcome in. Third rotation means there's no ball here. So I kind of greed a little bit. Yeah, we are well ahead of pace now, so we'll be fine. No problem. I'm just happy I got through that 89 floor. Because I was, so basically like, what was going on in my head was, let's just see how we do it. If we die, then it's whatever, I'll just Magicite, right? Because I had the Magicites. But it was totally a YOLO, whatever, I'm not losing anything here by trying this out with the steal on. That's good, that's good info that I could probably get through. It certainly gives me more confidence in Summoner. That's like Machinist plays with that one too. Almost felt like a Machinist level there, just like getting through, just kiting, doing damage, etc. That was a nice run. just again the no Serenity is going to be extremely concerning. Considering if you don't know that 99 is a guaranteed triple enchantment. It's not always negative, but it is like guaranteed gloom and probably something else bad and then a random one. So what we'll have to do is like we have to probably try to keep our Magicites as long as possible, because if we get no items I can get through with Magicites. Damn dude, if we get no items I don't know. I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure. We had 4 this set and it did not help. Oh, it was super scary. We almost died to a Gubu. If I took the poison tick, would have been dead. If I wasn't spamming Sidekick, we would have been dead. Enko nearly destroyed me, but I was 1G City away. Yeah, it was just, you know, summoner things. Everything's fine. Oh, I'm stupid. Whoops. Moving. I think I still needed the strength. I probably could have gotten away with a frailty. I might have been able to get away with a frailty based on the amount of time we have left. But I wasn't going to thread the needle. We already thread the needle earlier. I'm glad that helped. I hope it does. I mean, a lot of the things in here, I gotta say, with Deep Dungeon, man, Zanfell, it's absolutely, you have to see it to believe it, right? Even some of the things, like, that get talked about in Palace. Oh, you can solo a Crawler with a Machinist, you know? Oh, you can do a Scorpion without Steel. A lot of these, it's not that you don't believe the person when they first say it. Like, no one, like, I don't think anyone has ever said a strategy that was out of, like, literal bullshit, right? Like, I don't think anyone's ever mentioned a strategy that I've seen on chats with our Discord and in here that has just been bullshit. It's been like, I tried it, it worked. But a lot of times it's just like, well, do you have a clip? Can you show me? And I think that's important because when you see it, like, you know, from beginning to end, you actually see the visual evidence of it. That's when it becomes something like, okay, it really is doable. Of course, whether it translates to your gamer skills, etc., that's a whole different story. But hey, knowing it's possible, I think, is enough for some people. And maybe you can even produce something even better by whatever is presented in front of you. So yeah. Oh, it's Luna, bro. Yeah, that's really nice of you. That was spicy. This is, honestly, I don't even know if, like, Old Summoner could do something like this. You know, I don't know if your Shadowbringer Summoner could pull something off like that. I don't think I'd have the confidence. You certainly didn't have that burst damage like that. I mean, you have double shields, but that burst damage is ridiculous. Hey, man, thanks to the 5 months of Tier 1. I appreciate it. You can totally no steal, no string, no steal 180 Paladin and just hollowed. You approve? Alright. Let's go for the finale team before I lose power or something. Let's go. We gotta go in. This'll be very spicy. I have 0 Serenity, and I think some of you know that I almost consider Serenity bigger than a Petrify, bigger than Flights. Like, it's extremely important, and for us to walk in with none is very concerning. So we'll try our best, and we'll see what the game has to offer. Also, check out Epic Desk. So my bot is like, hey, yo, check out the Epic Desk. So check out the, if you guys want some deathmatch, check it out. Alright, let's go. Opening Mimic. Let's wish it. Fortune. I should have opened with Bahamut. By the way, this is like... This is, how physical range would handle this right now. No steal. Partial problem. I don't think, Ifrit is reaching this enemy. He got him, okay. No steal, no monk. No steal monk on a summoner is ridiculous. 2 white mages. 3 white mages. Damn, let's go. Oh shit. Let me die to a white mage instead. Is that a crit? That didn't even look like a crit. I can't see shit. Oh my god. Favorite thing a machinist? It is parry, but look, the summoner can also pull it off. Summoner's got the skills, dude. You got a little bit NASCAR. I'm keeping an eye just in case we get a patrol. That's why I'm kind of keeping my visual here. Okay, wait. Oh, I didn't get the help. Oh, I messed up. Okay, positioning is better. I'm LOSing every time he casts. I'm getting into the wall. It's a solid object, so he can't see me, therefore we get that LOS. Oh, I ran back out. Nice. Okay. I'm too far from that silver. I was thinking about doing the silver, but I'm way too far. Oh, I messed up a little bit. Man, Summoner just dunks on damage. Crazy. Okay, I have a witching behind me. Next room. I should have actually not sprinted, because if we encounter a monk, I'd like to have sprint on the monk. But it's okay, we got a white mage. Whoops, forgot. We still have sprint for the next pull. It's great in Palace. I really liked it in Palace, but oh, there is control. It is great in Palace. I really loved it in Palace. Has machinist vibes, just without the intro. Did it not go this way? My spin's gonna be up. Okay. Now we know not to use Bahamut to pull monks. Better not. I'm about to make my goal to clear both. Summoner you first cleared! Summoner is really a good option, man, so I hope you get it. But, you know, Summoner Showcase certainly is showing you something nice, huh? Summoner's great. I'd have to steal for it, so I'm kind of reserving that steal if I can. Trying to hold on to the steal as long as I can. I'm gonna hold on to my sprint. If I aggro the monk, I'll deal with it, but hope I don't. I have the witching. Strength came in, that's great. Monk did move, monk is here. I'm stuck. Pretty sure I aggro the monk. I didn't see where the Gozu went. Shit, I might die. Okay, I think he's gonna get into buffs now. Okay, that was close. Whew. I don't know if the psychic saved me, but that was real close. No, I can't sleep these, no. There's only like 2 or 3 enemies I can sleep in here. The bird bitch is later. I think I could sleep the Shabti, but I cannot sleep literally anything on this specific floor. Nothing will sleep. So it is not an option. Whew. I'm gonna take a hit here, I think. Good spot here. Oh, just kidding. Oh my god, I got hit again. Okay, playing extra safe. Alright, we're good now. I want this spot in particular because if the patrols come back, I will not have to worry about them. There's one patrol. The other patrol is coming back. Just in case. Okay, I hope I can kill this fast enough before the other guys come back. And I think I can. I'm a DPS, I can kill this fast. Coming back. Exit is open. Warrior just moved. White Mage just moved. I gotta check chests, so I gotta try to get to that chest. So I need to know where the exit is. That's the exit. So let's go this way. Let's go this way. No chests here. Okay, so let's try to get to this chest over here. That if I finally go insane, it was because... Oh no. World of Darkness. I did get a Void Arc the one time, it was great. I've only done Void Arc like once in my life. Safety, that will help me. Okay, we're in nice trouble here. I did affluence the next floor. Don't want to use the conceal. Oh. Ooh, I thought that warrior was moving. Oh, the warrior was moving! Oh shit, he was moving towards my direction. Okay, now to manage this room. I don't know how anything moves, so the safe play is to wait for them all to move. And I gotta worry about my 2 patrols that are floating behind me. Make sure I don't get caught backwards. So, Warrior just moved, so I know he's safe. I can definitely get around him. We gotta wait for the 2 white mages. 1 white mage moves, and we gotta wait for this one to move. While the Gozu's here. Okay. That's why I kept checking behind me. Okay, we're good for a couple seconds. Don't have to worry too much about it. I got debuffed here. Big room though. Ooh. Interesting scenario. Oh boy. Gotta move. Interesting scenario here. I think it would be logical for me not to do the Petrify. I'm sorry, to not do a Magicite, even though you'd think it would be a smart move. I think I do want to hold on to the Magicite. I could deal with this floor. I have ways of dealing with this floor, so I think I will. Petri in case of 1 drops later. I want to Charlie check chests first. I might eliminate some, well, actually every pull I do is probably gonna lead me to have my Bahamut ready to go. I'm gonna check the chests first. Let's see what the game has to give me here. Make sure I don't get sniped by these Gozus. Also, I need to find the Altered Room. There are Korrigans too, so I will want to check these chests first and foremost, and then we manage it this way. The patrols can turn at any point, so it's a little bit spooky. Intuition. If this white mage aggroes, it's okay. I'm okay with that scenario. Definitely want to fight. No, I definitely want to fight through this Jacian because of the Korrigans. Like 100% want to fight through this. Could get worse floors. I could get totally worse floors than this. Strength. Okay, so the strength will get used now. It's not a bad idea though. I mean, the thought of like pushing Petrified to 2, hoping you get 1 back, it's not a bad idea, but because I'm basically running on, like, I just gotta deal with debuffs, then I think this is the best play right now. Okay, this is gonna be not the greatest pull. It's gonna be really annoying to get this white mage out of here. I got him. At least I still kind of obliterated this thing. That's the chest, that's a warrior. There's still a gold chest here. Since there's no Serenades, if you check chests, no items, you see Petrify, you get sad. That's not wrong. That's not wrong. I'm not sure if, like the way I think of it, I'm not sure if that's a big enough gamble for me to take. Not sure. It's a good one though. I think I don't know. We'll see what happens, but I think I like the idea of readjust. These are really tricky pulls because sometimes they shoot you 3 times before they get into position. Almost tempted to pull a monk instead, just because I'm just gonna have a much easier time against them. Another white mage, but there's a white mage I think in the far end. I can pull that one instead. I see the Gozu. My shield is back up. Oh shit. That is not good. Wasn't realized I was taking that much damage. Okay. I think there's another white mage back here, so we'll take it. I wonder if any of the team ever managed to solo deep dungeon before they put them in. Definitely not definitely not Palace, I think. Palace was a big no. Heaven on High, maybe. I feel like Heaven on High potentially. Now whether they've done it since then is a good question too, but I don't think they would have done like Endwalker. You know, how the jobs would do in Endwalker. I don't think so. Who knows though? They get hit? Yep. Okay, pretty good floor. We got through one. So, what's the math right now? Oh shit! Oh, I'm stupid. Whoops, I'm just like floating around. Okay, what's the math? 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98. I gotta fight one floor straight up. We gotta fight one floor straight up and then we're good. Okay, the dot is up, so I need the kite now, big time, to mitigate this damage. I don't know what I have. Okay. Easy monk, no problem. So I need to fight through one floor, and then we flight one floor, and then we are home free. I'm gonna go to the next floor as is. Use nothing, we'll just see what happens. I got blinded, I think. Abilities. I can deal with abilities. Strength. Okay. I can deal with abilities. I don't lose too much damage because of it. So I think we're gonna fight through this floor. Not to mention since there's a white mage right here. Oops. I like how Summon Bahamut shows up on the enemy, because that is like a provoke. Summon Bahamut. If I get through this floor straight away, then I just flight the next one. But actually, I might nuke the next one. Maybe hold on to the flight a little longer if I can. Let's see. Gozu might be coming back soon. Is Carbuncle a summon ability? It's a spell. It's a spell, so if I lose Carbuncle, I can do it. You know, before in Shadowbringers, it was an ability. It used to be an ability. But it's now a spell. Okay, let me just check if something is coming behind me. Yep. Are you kidding me? Right on the border. Let's check behind me. Ah, we got something coming. Oh, fuck. go. Shit. Did I aggro? Yep. I'm gonna have to steal. I can probably get through one, but I can't get through both. This is where it would have been great to have my abilities here. But I think I can drop this before this gets any more dangerous, I think. What did I just do? Oh. It summoned, but it didn't. Now, we'll be fine. Now this steal does kind of now maybe forces me to fight the next floor, so I might fight the next one. But then that would satisfy my requirements, and then I could just move all the way up and just manage it, but we'll see. I'm kind of scared of the Gozu without any other abilities on me. But to take care of the Gozus would make my life a whole lot easier. What's here? White Mage. Okay. Let me get Ekrid out. Let's just get that damage out. I went back out too fast. Okay, got into a better spot here. Okay, red key. I have sprint. Oh, he turned. Flashing my buffs. Gonna be Conal next. Going in. Okay, not bad with the Gozu. This is concerning I don't have the damage, right? I feel like the longer these fights go, the more at a disadvantage I am on Summoner. That's why I was a little uncomfortable with this Gozu, but it wasn't terrible. Multiple. Okay, I will check this one. I'm gonna beat the Gozu and then we'll check the room and then pull something. Treasure room? No, not a treasure room. Just a Gozu. Okay. Woo! Spicy. Very spicy. I'm out. Yo, let's go. Okay, I'm gonna go to this wall. Going to this wall. Going to this wall. Okay, because I have the buffs running, I'm going to run a steal. I'm gonna run a flight. Now the worst case scenario is I get no items, because then I'm really fucked and I flighted, which means I have to do another floor full. Steal. I think what I want to do, potentially, because I do have that strength steal, is I want to up it before I get to the next floor, which means I can spend some time here checking to that last room to see if there's a chest there. And I get a fresh strength and steal going into the next room, and if it's no items, I might be able to get away with it, but the enemy's options are going to be really bad too. So it's not going to be great. Like, I can probably get through, but it'll be really hard. Of course, it also depends if it's just like, you know, we're just talking just no items. We can get no item gloom, no item ability down, no item, no HP. No. So let's re-up it now. Preparation for a no item floor. Yeah, if I get through this floor, it's nuke all the way up. So 95, 96, 97, 98, 99. Okay, it could be worse. Could be worse, could be worse, could be worse. I do have frailties, which I will probably utilize. I will check chests. There's the exit. Serenity came back! Okay, we have a Serenity. We gotta hug that thing as long as possible. Literally gonna hug it. Before I check chest. I think I will pull though. And we will... Actually, let me check the chest first. Let's check the chest first, and then I'll frailty and pull a couple. Afterwards. So I'm gonna use that right now. And let's do frailty. And let's pull your ass. Let's pull... I don't know. Monk? Yeah, Monk. Even in Gloom, he's gonna have a problem. Kind of. I gotta be careful here. Okay, there's the debuff. Okay, you're dead. Yeah, sure, why not? Tonal. Swing. Careful with his myth one. Tonal. Fast cast. Meaning he did it like just basically right away. At least my definition. Debuff. I'm sorry. Shield. I can pull like one more right now, or I can just kind of relax a bit. Can you get anything? Feels bad. Jackie. LOSing this. Losing the frailty in a second. Frailty's down. Alright, let's get out of here. So now I just nuke all the way up. All the way up is just nuke, 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 nuke. But I do want to hold on to the match sites as long as possible, because if we get a no items, I get away with a no match site, basically. Everything else I can petrify. So like the very first thing we do should be a petrify unless I get no items. Friendslay, thanks for the follow, welcome. Wish they would adapt for Blue Mage. I wish they did too, Zakor. I am hoping for that. We did a deep dungeon community feedback thing, and that was one of the ones I pointed out, was we should try to get a Blue Mage in here. Somehow, some way. The one that I propose, that I've always been saying and mentioning that I think would be a fantastic idea, is if you make it such that you don't take the outside Blue Mage, like the Blue Mage we have right now, you don't take that version into Deep Dungeon. What you take is, you go into, like, say, Palace with one spell, and you learn your spells in Deep Dungeon. So you cater it to that. I think that'll be fantastic. I think that'll be awesome. So you're basically just learn, like, you can build a deck inside Deep Dungeon. So no longer would you worry about it being broken, you're building it within the specific Deep Dungeon. You just give it access to X amount of spells, and boom, you're good to go. Hey, that bicep, how you doing? And it would open the door for, like, people making different builds too. So you have maybe like 50 spells you can pick up. You can only really have like 20. You can decide which spells you want to go for. I think that'll be just the best idea. But it's like a whole rework of the whole thing too. Okay, so the problem I have is if I can guarantee the exit if I go from here, but then I don't know if I can get to the exit in the exit room. So I think I do want to go for the guaranteed opening with the Petrify, and then we'll YOLO the exit room. Because if I go from the exit room backwards, I don't know if I get enough kills. I can guarantee kills here. Ooh, that guy's coming from my ass. That's 6. It's 8. Okay. Killer and it's like a meteor? Yeah. And then you'd only have it for the last 20, so it's not that broken, you know? It's not that broken. Okay, exit is over yonder. Oh shit. Bird bitch, please. I'm gonna conceal. I was gonna maybe give it a chance, but a 1 in 4 to get to the exit with all these bad enemies, we're just gonna take the conceal. I still have 1 left. Should be okay. Okay, it's 1 down. 4 more to go. I got a buff here. I don't think we got a debuff. I got haste. Pog. This is gonna be I'll be straight up. I gotta find the exit first though. There's the exit, okay. Silver? Silver, actually I can check the silver now. If it explodes, whatever. If it's a magicite, I'm just out of here. Yeah, oh well, I should make it there. Oh, we did get the magicite. So I can... 96, 97, and 8. I have 1 extra. So I can do a Petrify actually now. Actually, I can do Petrify, and then nuke my way through. Yeah. Let's do that. I really should make it. A lot of kills. Where's that chest? Okay. Well, this was a home stretch anyway, but getting the Magicite certainly helps, because then I can just Magicite the last 3. And if I get any Mimics, I have a backup Petrify. So I can actually check chests. Oh, I'm out. Peace. See you guys, I'm out. Yeah, we're not going over there. I'm out. Bye. Yo. So, just as a historical reference, okay guys? Since we did this prediction, first Gim suggested it, and it was on our, I think the Warrior run. I had not seen a Dodo for literally like a dozen or so runs, and then we did the prediction and it showed up. And then we did it again on the Monk run Friday, and it showed up again. So right now it is 2 and 2 for doing prediction for it to show up, if that tilts your decision. Yes, I'm not. I purposely tried to hold this one, JCN, so I can save it for the last 3. So it is a big deal. I might sight 99 and we'll probably safety and sight out the next 2 or something. Ooh, guess not. I'm gonna save the Serenity. We're gonna nuke this one though. I'm gonna check to see whatever we get, but there's 1 no items. Definitely will not use the Serenity. Excuse me everyone, pardon me. These are all sights. Everything here is sight except the flying demon dudes and the Mifuns. These are proximity. Those are proximity. Hey look, I will always lean to Red Mage, however, Summoner man, I am having a blast on Summoner. A blast is actually an appropriate word too. We are blasting through on Summoner. Alright, well that's as far as I'm going. I'm gonna check the other room though, because, check for chests. Could use the pot shirts. Okay. No, because there is a slight difference between sound and proximity. So the demons are proximity, you could not get around them even if you RP walk. But up in this set, there is nothing sound. They're either mostly sight or proximity. The last sound enemy in Heaven on High is going to be down at the 60s, I think, with the flowers. Don't think there's any in the 70 set at all. Does any job go part... Warrior. Well, Machinist would. I guess Summoner... I've used the 400. I think the tanks would be pretty good to go neutral. Healers would probably be good for going neutral too. Warrior, you know, Warrior's Warrior. You just go net positive, no matter how you slice it. Oh, I'll keep Smite on. Let's keep this song on. Alright, there's the big room. And we got a treasure room of enemies here too. Hi, how are you? It's nice to see you, little bitch. Get fucked. Frailty, cool. I am actually checking all chests here because I do have a Petrify, so we have an insurance policy here. But I do want to check like literally all the chests. I mean the potshoots are gonna hopefully come in. Not bad with only 1 Serenity, and I did not need it here at all, so we actually made it through with literally 1 Serenity, not bad. I hate that they used the concept in the dungeon. Would have been perfect deep dungeon. It could still be for deep dungeon, you never know. I'll take the pox with me, it's fine. He's trying his best to get to me. I commend the effort. This is my pet mimic, guys. He's having a little bit of trouble, it's okay. Ow. Check this one. I altered it so there's 20 dodos. That's why I did that. Good. That felt satisfying. I was surprised I was actually able to auto attack without my HUD. I didn't think I'd do that. Mimics. Okay, so let's do the dodo check, shall we? She will do that. Okay, well, it definitely isn't in here, that's for sure. So let's go check over here. Conceal. There's a lot of shit in here. Oh, there's actually a treasure room in here. I think. There is a treasure room in here. No, that's kidding. Just a lot of enemies. Checking this room. Oh, that's a treasure room. Yeah, that's a treasure room. I'm not seeing it here. No dodo here. There's a demon in the wall. Damn. I'm not seeing it. So let me see. Hold on. Give me 1 second though. Don't finish out the prediction yet. I want to see if I can only step on one luring trap. It looks like I'm gonna step on a luring trap. Maybe we trigger it. It's not luring. Okay, I'm gonna step on a luring trap and we'll try it. Nope. No dodo here. Not today, boys and girls. He's not home today, nope. Sorry, believers, not this time. I mean, I could check this luring trap, but you know, it's a little much at this point. Come in, can you give me Potsherd? Thank you. Okay, let me just check the south room and then off we go. Dang, who won actually? Wait, which one had more channel points? The believers or the non-believers? Did I miss a bunch chest? Oh, I'll go back. Okay, I'll go back. Is it in the treasure room, Perry? Did I miss it in the treasure room? I guess there's only really 2 areas. Not sure. I'm in treasure room. Okay, I'll go over there. The believers had more. Damn, sorry, believers. I'm sorry. What 343? Okay, so summoner. Summoner is a good time, guys. I really like the summoner run. Big fan of new summoner. You know, if some of you watched how this played out, I think it'll be convincing to you. But this was a damn good run. Oh hi, there it is. Yeah, it's a super potion. Man, I would love to return. I really would love to return on Summoner. Where, like, on the flip side, I never want to touch Monk again. I had a have to for Palace, though, but I don't want to touch Monk again. I would totally love to do Summoner again. Is Monk... No, it's not its capability. Monk's capability is fine. It's the playstyle that does not jive with me. I don't like the playstyle. I think Monk is fully capable of clearing. It really is. I think Monk is great for clearing, but not for me. I would rather play something else. Can I get a good angle here? My pointy hat is, you know... My pointy hat is blocking the sun. That's a good one. Oh! Damn it. There we go. Get the pointy hat into the sun. I like that. Good. Hey! Yo, it was spicy. We had to use 3 Serenities and 81 plus to get through a triple no item. And then we had to fight through a no item. And then we actually managed to have a Serenity, which I actually never used because it's right there. I never used a Serenity this set, so it kind of just worked out. But that was a clean run. Summoner's a good team. I don't think this will be a high score. Wasn't really aiming for a score. but it's alright. Kills were actually impressive. Damn, it was a high score. Oh shit. Probably like beat my high score by like 1,000 points or something. I wasn't trying. Cool. Dude, oh my god. The Bahamut phase of Summoner is just so satisfying. I really felt like I was demolishing enemies almost as good as like a Reaper. Like it was just strong as hell. So big fan of Summoner right now for Deep Dungeon. Hopefully that's a good case for anyone looking for Summoner. But hey guys, thanks for being here. I really appreciate you all watching that. I really hope that was a good run to witness and everything. So I had a lot of fun. What are we doing next? Well, 2019? Shit. I got the socials. We got the Discord, Twitter, YouTube. YouTube's busy, guys. Definitely follow the YouTube. Put in so much content on YouTube. This will definitely show up sometime next week, so definitely looking forward to that. Next stream is Tuesday. We are back on Bard. 9 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to continue working on Bard, so that's Palace of the Dead. Tuesday, Thursday, Palace of the Dead. Bard and Bard. I don't know what I'm doing Friday and Sunday yet, so just stay tuned. We're going to be back in Heaven on High, but I'm not sure what I'll do yet. So that's what we got. But 9 o'clock Eastern, Tuesday is the next stream. I'm getting back in the Palace House Summoner. Fantastic. Summoner, if you saw a little bit of what Summoner can do here, Raji, it's pretty much the same. You just don't have Bahamut. So you don't have Akh Morn, you don't have Bahamut, but it's still really good. You still feel very powerful. Big fan of Summoner. It feels like Machinist, just without the interrupt. Best way I can put it. Really feels like a Machinist run, except you're a caster, you don't have interrupt, but you are very strong. Also, Eris, Sky, thanks for those follows just recently. Really appreciate it. Alright, dudes. That is it for me. So let's go say... Let me see who we can say hello to today. See who's up and about. And who I can raid. Hopefully someone... I want to kind of just... Like, I usually go to some of the homies. I want to kind of change it up to see if I can get to some people I don't typically raid. But I do appreciate you all, guys. And I hope you guys stick around for the raid and just make whoever we go to a happy customer. Let me see. Although I might go to homie. Of course, the best one would be if someone's doing a deep dungeon, but that usually doesn't happen. Alright, let's go over here. I haven't actually rated her in a little bit. And she's great. We're gonna go to Ayan, yeah. She's fantastic. She's gonna treat you guys really well. And she kind of just started, which is great. I think they live, like, not in NA. So they're, like, across the world. So that kind of works out that they get to just start off stream. So let's go raid them. They're a lot of fun. They're leveling Gunbreaker, so, you know, kind of a good stream to avoid the spoilers and whatnot. But anyway, guys, if you have my animated emotes, I really would appreciate if you spam it in their chat. That would be fantastic. Again, I hope to catch you guys on Tuesday. It'll be nice and comfy on Tuesday. We're going to be climbing from 1 to 120, so it's a good time to ask questions, good time to talk, because we got to set up that file, and then Thursday we continue to try Behemoth, because Bard Behemoth is really hard. So we're going to set up for that one. Darian! Hi, Darian! Right back at you, my friend. Aw, thanks for the resub. Aw, thanks, Darian. Thank you, Darian. Alright, guys, let's go raid. See ya! Have a good night! Let's go say hi to Aya, I guess. Thanks, Darian, for the resub! I'll catch you next time, Darian.